fire pit. It's a little after 5:30, and everyone's coming around here. So we're gonna see what the crowd's like, see what people are doing, and get you some footage of the Leafy Lounge.
Welcome to the Leafy Lounge. The special s'mores man is speaking. The s'mores is now starting. So as we come up, I'm just going to give you a stick of the marshmallow. When you're done, pop it, get a napkin, and do your thing. Enjoy!
Can I just have a piece of
Like the shirt.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going in the kitchen. I get the van and we get a set. You know what? I was going to say. No. Yeah, but nobody knows.
But when he holds it above it.
Oh, there we go. I want to go Yeah, and you want it proud.
This is just fine.
Oh, yeah, you don't okay? I'm sorry.
All right, looks good. Come by the Leafy Lounge, get some graham crackers and marshmallows. You guys are good. Have a good time. Music kicks off a little bit later this afternoon, so we'll get a little clip of that so you can see what that's like at nighttime. But yeah, everybody's having a great time at Peace Loving Vans. We'll see you guys in the next clip.
I just met a girl named Luigi. She's got a camouflage face and no money. Remember, they always let you down. That's it for Luigi. Oh, she make my Luigi too. Don't think about it. Oh, somebody save me. Yeah, but Luigi. Oh, somebody save me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hold on 1 second. I gotta get a drink. So how we doing out there tonight? Well, this is the first time I've ever played an outside festival. Isn't that fun? In all these years. Yep. All three of them. All right.
All right, guys, that's it for Peace Loving Vans Day 1. Join us tomorrow as we showcase Day 2 with all the vendors, campers, and van lifers that are out here. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. We'll see you in the next one.
So if you want to set another one here, so I can use that, that's fine.
This should work, but we'll make sure we have a signal. Sorry. We'll make sure we get a signal. I'm just gonna.
Let me know when you want.
Okay.
Okay. Morning, Scott. I see you're wearing your tuxedo this morning. You're all dressed up. Yeah. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Closer.
That's a nice color.
That was.
The idea was channel right is going to be an eye, phone tab, whatever, if needed. And
Testing, testing.
I had a shirt on under it, it's too short. So I had to take the shirt on out. I think they're going to do that. Make logo stuff for sale at Embassy. It would sell. These people would be crazy. Yeah. Then somebody's got to run it. That's the worst part.
we're allowed. Is this volume on the screen?
Yeah, I know, but we don't allow that.
That's.
Test, test.
We're going to swap you out with this guy.
Hello, hello. So I got to be pretty close to this then?
Yeah. Close, like,
Oh, okay.
we get the best quality that way.
Logos on the Facebook page.
Alrighty. Is it time? It's time. All right, so hopefully you can hear me. They always tell me they can't hear me. Scott tells me that all the time. Speak up. So I'm Terry with Embassy Specialty Vehicles and Embassy RV. We build a lot of different kinds of vehicles. We have a great support group here this weekend. So many of our customers are here and we just have a ball at this event. So I wanted to talk about things that we see and hear from folks that visit us. And we actually did a special project a few years back called Project Bear Cub, where we had people send us horror stories of a RV they have, and we picked one and rebuilt it and dug into it to see why it wasn't functioning properly. It ended up, we thought would be a partial rebuild. We ended up gutting the whole thing and starting all over again. It was so bad. And it was built by a professional builder from the East Coast. I won't say their name. They didn't know any rules. They absolutely, if they knew them, they didn't care. And it was an electrical disaster, a plumbing disaster, a mold disaster, a rotten wood disaster. You couldn't have done more things wrong. So I wanted to talk about, you know, we get single travelers and things where they're looking at an RV and they are looking at pretty and cute instead of what makes the RV function. And that is truly what you really want to look at and make sure that it is done properly. So part of what I try to share is it's worthwhile to pay somebody that can look deep into the RV and into the electrical, into the plumbing, and see that they've done it to code, because most people don't know what all these rules and codes are. So part of what we have to follow as a professional upfitter with RVIA and Ford Pro Upfitter and those things is we have to follow FMVSS rules. And FMVSS is Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards. They set the rules that we all have to follow. There's wiring size rules, there's fuse size rules, there's length of wire versus the gauge of the wire, and all kinds of things that you have to do to build a good RV and a safe RV. I'm a judge at this several years, and this year they're doing it different. They're having everybody judge this year. And I get to see some interesting things as I was a judge. So seat belts lag bolted to 2x4s and no fuses at all, and wiring that's too small. And so hopefully, you know, this will inspire to, you know, if you are looking for an RV, how to look a little bit deeper and how to, you know what makes an RV tick and what makes it last and work well. So one thing Embassy does, and it's not an industry standard by any means, is we do bigger wires on every cable. When you're running off of battery systems, the battery has to be inverted to run the 120 volt loads, and we found that if we oversize our cables, it takes less energy from the battery to create that load at the other end. And that is not an industry standard, but something, you know, if you're building your own RV or doing those kind of things, it doesn't cost that much extra to pay for bigger wires and overload the system, because it just works so much better. Most of the companies, based from what we learned with Pro Upfitter and things, do the bare minimum at the very least, you know. Plumbing is, you know, not always ran smoothly, where there's dips in it and you can't get the water out of it when you want to winterize and things like that. And the wiring, the connections, the accessibility to it, and did they hit a screw in the wire or run it in a crazy place that could hit a screw in the wire, are all things that you have to pay attention to. Most RVs are built with wood. Did they use particle board? Particle board hates moisture, it hates water. RVs aren't a constant humidity inside. You're opening the door, you're leaving them open, you're closing them, you're running air conditioner, you're running vents. The humidity changes constantly. So some woods absorb that, insulations absorb that, you know. Is it going to be a problem in the future because of what they used in their materials? We've attacked that really well. Yes. Well, oh, closer? That's the question? My hearing aids sound just fine, by the way. My wife is wearing a partner mic, so when I can't hear something, she has a microphone on that goes to my hearing aids, which is really cool. And she's my liaison for sound. So all the tools I've used through the years have affected my ears tremendously, I will tell you. So, if you go into one of our RVs that's 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, whatever it is, it'll still smell new because of the materials used. We don't use wood behind the marine vinyls. We don't use standard house insulation. We use materials that can absorb moisture. If you're building your own RV, you know, those are things that you can really pay attention to, because your vehicle will smell new the whole life of the vehicle. There's different grades of lithium batteries. You know, everyone's kind of toying with the lithium batteries. There's A, B, and C grade lithium. You know, you have to do a little research to see what grade your batteries are, because it makes a big difference on longevity of the power system that powers the vehicle, and that's not always known. We have a customer that owned 2 other RVs from other builders, and she got mold and mildew damage to her where she couldn't even live in her own house because they found it in the house. And she's living in her RV now, and she's mold free and doesn't have to live in a tent any longer. She's actually living in a tent behind her house. It hurt her so bad. So that's the result of not paying attention to some of these things that are so important in an RV. Is it can damage your health. And as we all get a little older and we're enjoying these travels, you know, our health is a key thing for us. So you know, particle board's used in a lot of RVs, and particle board hates moisture. It doesn't like screws. It isn't a good screw retention product. So they usually will wrap it, make it look like wood. You have to know, you know, what is the core. You can usually find a spot where you can see that it's actually particle board that's used as a core. It's heavy. You know, we all have GVWRs we're trying to battle with and get as much in the RVs as we can and still have some carrying capacity. So, you know, that's kind of a tough thing in an RV to use. I actually own a travel trailer that we bought from a big RV company. We were going to put at the lake for our pontoon. And Mike, so I'm a builder, and I thought I was a pretty good buyer too. This thing is the worst thing I've ever owned in my life. It's got cheap plumbing for garden hoses as the plumbing, and it actually burst on me once, and you're walking through a puddle of water. There was hole saws of wood in my furnace. Once I started digging into it, because I had some serious issues, I dug deep, and it's like there was wood in my furnace, my LP furnace, that just blew my mind. So now I want to sell it, but I'm a guy that has to fix it before I can sell it, because I couldn't possibly sell this to somebody in good faith. But, you know, even I got taken one time by a professionally built RV, so it can happen. Don't buy one in the dead of winter when it's 10 degrees outside is the moral of that story. So I don't know if there's any questions of folks that, you know, are thinking of buying or building or doing anything with their RV. You know, I'd be glad to answer them.
Yeah, I have a statement and a question. For someone, most of us already have vans here, and when I had a bad issue with going to one, I did my due diligence. I went Better Business Bureau, Yelp, beautiful website, article in the paper, all the rest, and I ended up having to spend thousands and thousands of dollars to fix some improper things like smelling of burning wires or water pouring through where they put the air conditioner in, etc. And so even if you do your due diligence, how do you choose a builder? Because so many, they're not really certified. There's no certification. Any ideas?
You know, one thing, Ford had a program called Ford QVM, Quality Vehicle Manufacturer. They changed it later to Ford Pro Upfitter, where Ford deals direct with the big manufacturers now. When they stopped Ford QVM, we hired the head of Ford QVM that ran that for 34 years. And he was able to share with us some things that he wasn't able to share prior to that, because now we hired him. And even some of the big builders, like I say, RVIA, and I hate to say this, but everyone knows when they're coming. And you clean up usually they clean up their act a little the day they're there. It's not that way all the time, and it's a known thing in our industry, you know. But a good quality builder that cares about the customer will not have a ton of horror stories in social media, first of all. So I know social media is a great source now to kind of weed out and say, do I see a lot of these kind of things with that builder? But there's also folks that will do a complete inspection. I think they're around $1,200 or something like that, where you can hire somebody that's a professional inspector that would go to that for you before you buy it and actually do a complete and thorough inspection, and that's all they do for a living. Usually the inspectors have been service guys for RVs, and they've seen just about everything you could throw at them, and they know where to look and how to look and those sorts of things. We've had customers get our vehicles inspected, and they send back, you know, glowing reports that they've never seen anything this quality before, because we pay attention to every aspect of the build. There's other good builders. I mean, there is, you know, we're not going to build every RV in the world. That's a given, but and you tried your best, it sounds like, to do everything you could do, but you're not necessarily probably electrical inclined. You wouldn't know what gauge wire. This particular fan on the Bear Cub project, they ran 2-aught battery cable to the driver's pedestal, which in a Ford, that's where the batteries are. They took a body saw and cut a tongue, we call it, in the metal, and they bent that tongue down and ran that 2-aught cable through without any protection, connected it to the battery with no fuse. That's a vehicle getting ready to burn down. Part 2 of that is Ford QVM and FMVSS says we can't cut a hole, we can't drill a hole on that pedestal. It's against the rules. That pedestal's been pull tested, and the minute you tamper with it, you would have to re-pull test that vehicle. So you're not allowed to cut a hole in it, and that tells me this vendor or upfitter didn't know or didn't care about those rules, because they didn't. We have to have a fuse within 18 inches of a power source. That's the rule. There was no fuse at that at all. The Battleborn batteries that were in that vehicle all read 0%. So I went in on a Saturday, because I wasn't familiar with Battleborn, we don't use that brand, and I pulled them out one at a time and put them on my bench, and they were all 13.8 volts. Lithium batteries are smart enough to know when to give up and shut down and say, I'm not doing this, and they just didn't do it. They were like brand new still, because they never worked, because they hit so many screws in the wires. They saw a problem and said, I'm not going to do this, and they shut down. So AGM batteries would have burnt the vehicle down in that case, because they can't do that. So lithium is a smart battery that can help you when something goes bad. Yes?
Can the general public access the rules that you're talking about?
Can you hear?
RVIA rules?
She'll repeat your question to me.
Okay. So can the general public get to the RVIA rules, such as the gauge wire has to be at least this, or the fuse has to be within a certain distance, or plumbing?
Can the general public access
the wiring chart?
Regulations and to know what?
There are a lot of folks post those. What I do, we do so much yachting materials. A yacht wire code is more stringent than an RV's, because you got to jump in shark infested waters when you do something wrong. So what we do is we go by the yachting wire codes, and they are higher than the RV code. So if you do that, and there's charts you can get on that online and things that show you on 2-aught cable with a 150 amp fuse, for instance, you can only go 15 feet with that before you exceed the code. And that's what these charts will do for you, is they will tell you you can go this far with this fuse on that size wire, no more. If you exceed that, then you're not following the code. So we have all those charts. We have 2 engineers full-time. We went a little bit further. FMVSS rules change from time to time. We hired a guru that lives and breathes FMVSS. It's all he does for a living. He goes to every meeting, he goes to every seminar, and if there's any changes, he has a meeting with us and he teaches us what that change is, because it's even too much for us to keep up with on a daily basis. So, you know, those resources are out there for everybody. You just have to find them, and we do a lot of investigation on our behalf to make sure that we know what the code is today, so we don't do anything that, but because we're exceeding it, we usually don't have to make any changes because we've already exceeded that code. But it's a good question, but you can find those. Yep. Yep, over here. You have to get closer.
Where's the best place to go to find the certified inspectors?
I think there's certified RVIA inspectors. I think, you know, as big as this group is here, there's probably people here that have done that. I'm sure inspectors are graded also, where there's ones that do a better job than others. So social media, again, is a great, you know, we're living in a world that you can get about every answer. But again, do your due diligence and maybe check into them a little bit and see, is there, well, I paid for this inspector, and then after I got my vehicle, I found there was all kinds of things wrong. Probably wouldn't want to use that guy, you know. So you have to work a little bit and dig a little bit deep, but there's a lot of resources. You can go to Good Sam's Club, some of the big magazine kind of things, they do a lot of that research for you. So there's some really good RV avenues to find and go to that are trusted sources. I wouldn't go to an RV dealer and ask that question because they're going to have one that does it for them. You know, you want to have somebody truly independent, and usually those kind of sources, Good Sam's Club's probably a really good source for good information. They've got a pretty good network. Yeah, I hear nothing past the first row.
I can't hear that.
And I am horrible at reading lips too, by the way, so I'm in trouble.
Someone told her that RVTAA has a list of inspectors. RVTAA?
RVTAA has a list of inspectors, we're being told.
No, she's
right?
asking if someone told her, and she's wanting to verify that.
I have not ever, I should have hired an inspector for myself for the travel trailer we own, but yeah, I've never hired one.
What is the RIV that you're talking about?
RVIA, that's a recreational vehicle inspection agency that everybody, RVIA Pro Upfitter, Sprinter Pro Program, Stellantis' Pro Program for Upfitters, everybody preaches FMVSS. The Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards is who sets the rules to keep people safe. When we are RVIA, and we're approved, every one of our vans gets an RVIA sticker on it, they inspect us, gosh, every other month or so, and make sure that we're using breaker panels that are RVIA certified, water tanks that are RVIA certified, plumbing. You know, there's so many, there's books and books and books that my engineers have to go through, and I've done it before myself. For one book for plumbing, one book for electrical, one book for LP, one book for air conditioning. So RVIA has taken and gathered all the information for a professional upfitter to have the resources they need to build a good RV. And then they will inspect you, and if you get dinged a couple times, they will kick you out of the program. They will fine you the first time. If you keep getting dinged on the same thing, you'll get kicked out of RVIA, and it's not easy to get back in. Yeah. Mercedes does the same thing. If you're a Mercedes professional upfitter and you don't listen to Mercedes and they kick you out, you will never, ever get back in their program. They're very stringent about that. So all these big companies, what happens is somebody doesn't follow the rule and they get sued and they go out of business, guess who gets sued? Ford, Mercedes, Stellantis. They're the big companies that aren't going out of business, and they got sick and tired of it and said, okay, you guys gotta start following these rules, and that's what this is all based on.
Jerry, a lot of insurance companies need RVIA stickers on. I know Progressive does. If you don't have it, they won't insure your van.
If you're not listed in the NADA book, which I have to send reports in constantly, how many vehicles we're building each month and what vehicles they are, what VIN numbers they are and things, it's really hard to get insurance. It's almost impossible to get finance on an RV that isn't listed in the NADA book. You probably wouldn't get any financing if that. So that shows you the level of builders sometimes. Are they even in that? Does your model show up in it where you can even get financing for it? You know, those are big factors in building.
So, in my case, I mean, this is an independent builder, not with any of those big companies, and I ended up suing. And is that something that you think it's time now for these independent builders to have certification? I mean, is that something that we should all look for, to ask and make sure that they are certified?
It costs a lot of money to get certified because you have to put a lot of resources in. To do a seatbelt pull test that we do on our vehicles just for that, you're probably going to spend $20,000 to $25,000 just to pull test a seat to put seatbelts at it in your vehicle.
So none of these
we did on our B Plus you see over here, we did a roof crust test and pulled 14,000 pounds. We had to build a body just for this test, and then we have to destroy it. And if you fail, you're not certified for that. So we are certified for a bus rollover test because we did a bus rollover test certification on RV that doesn't demand it. The RV industry in a B Plus does not say you have to roof crush test your roof. Most RVs, putting $14,000 or pounds pulled down on it, it would crush that roof. We didn't flex because we work so hard at exceeding all those things.
But now, if you do a custom job, which is different from all your other vans, would you still have it certified?
We couldn't do it if we weren't certified.
Right, but you would still do custom.
We're a big enough company. We have almost 80 employees now. We build all the Salvation Army disaster vehicles. We build all the surgical instrument vehicles that repair the surgical tools at the hospitals. I've been building those 34 years. We build SWAT vehicles, homicide vehicles. We build mobile canteens, mobile commercial kitchens. We build electric vehicle we are building now that's incredible. We are very diverse. I built vehicles that scan for nuclear weapons at the border for the military. I built spy vehicles. You know, I built health department vehicles for Kentucky and pharmacies for Kentucky. You know, I've been blessed to be able to build just about anything we want to build. My engineers don't always like that blessing because they have to work really hard at it then, but we put the resources in and the money in to know we've done it right. And I still build for the same surgical instrument companies 34 years later because we're always trying to do better, and they know we've got their back and we're going to take care of them. Every vehicle they get is built better than the last one. It's not always the case. We're passionate about what we do. Our crew's passionate about what we do. And there's very passionate builders here. Some are in it for the money, you know. That's the nature of this game. Some people see that I can make some money at this and they do it, and that's the wrong reason. You have to do it to make your life and your travels better and enjoy this beautiful experience, and that's what it should be about, not about the money. You have to invest. In our end, we have to invest a lot. Just for our fiberglass work on that B Plus, we spent $60,000 on the molds and the engineering to do that. You know, not everybody's capable of doing those kind of things to make sure that they do it really well. So, but I will say sometimes the small builder, and not every case, but in a lot of, I think they would spend more time sometimes trying to do better because it's so detrimental to them. If they get a bad report, they're done. I think DIYs a lot of times will do better than some small builders because it's for themselves and they're going to try harder. Some of the smaller builders, you know, may not know all the resources it takes to do that properly. It takes I mean, I've been doing it a lifetime. I was 22 years old when I started building these vehicles, and so I'm a little older than that now, so it's been a few years. Yeah, and we're sorry that you did that, but it sounds a little bit like what we had to deal with on that one.
It's fine now. I spent a lot of money getting it fixed, and I sued the guy.
Yeah, but now you know the core, you know what it takes to do that, and they had to dig pretty deep, I'm thinking. Yeah, the one we had, they ran electrical in the ceiling with the plumbing, and liquid nailed 3 cases of liquid nail and everything, and then they stapled tongue and groove cedar to it and hit every damn one of them with staples and just wiped it out. And they had 120 pounds left on the GVWR when we weighed the vehicle without anything in it. She had no carrying capacity, and you just can't do that to somebody. That's just, I mean, it's an unusable vehicle. So what I thought would take us a couple of days to maybe fix some things, it took us 3 days to strip this vehicle out. I had to create chisels on Sawzalls, and we had to cut every 2 foot the wood and chisel the liquid nail to get it to break loose, and it was tough. Yeah. Chuck, you got to talk to her, buddy.
RV people won't tell you what the real weight capacity is.
We have, part of FMVSS is we have to put a federal motor vehicle gray sticker on your driver door jamb disclosing our weight. If there's not a gray sticker there, we can't even do that. We can't put a vehicle out the door that doesn't have that sticker. That is a FMVSS requirement as a completed vehicle. Technically, when we buy chassis, and we buy hundreds of them at a time, they're incomplete until we get them done. And then it's considered a completed vehicle, and as a completed vehicle, we're required by law to put a sticker disclosing weights and how much carrying capacity you have left and those kind of things on the vehicle. That's part of the rules. If you don't know the rules and you don't see the gray sticker, that would be a sign that they're not up to date.
Does it actually say carrying capacity, or are there numbers that we have to?
Well, you know, your GVWR, if it's 11,000 and the vehicle's weighing 9,500, you can do the math on that. They don't make us say the carrying capacity always, but you have to disclose what you weighed and what the GVWR is on that sticker is the primary thing, and then you can do the rest yourself.
So for somebody who wants to build their own, what are some good resources for best practices? So that we don't end up holding our windshields in with liquid nail.
So if somebody wants to build on their own, what are the best resources to figure out the best practices?
I'm not going to give away my FMVSS guru if that's what you're asking. we have to search the world over to find these guys too. You know, you're gonna do a lot of work. You're gonna do a lot of things to find out. You might be able to find certain things out online about RVIA safety standards. You know, I'm sure some of those are printed out. You're not going to get the big books. You're not going to get the big books we get unless you pay a lot of money again. Every one of those stickers costs us like $295 to put on your vehicle. That's how RVIA gets paid. We have to pay for each sticker, and it's got like a VIN number on each sticker. And you're not allowed to give another sticker out. You can't even hand one to somebody. They check in inventory our stickers because they're like gold, and it identifies vehicles that we have built and certified. Yeah.
I've got one of your beads.
Yeah.
As far as the weight goes,
yeah.
Here's some people getting it weighed and worrying about it being balanced. Is that something we sort of need to do?
On ours, you don't have to worry. We're within 100 pounds of balance on each tire. We, as a certified upfitter, we have to do a 4-point weight on every vehicle. We own scales that we have to drive each vehicle up on that weighs each individual tire weight all at the same time. And then we have to have a certain percentage on the rear, a certain percentage on the front that you can't exceed, and there's a balancing act to that. So when somebody asks me, and we get asked this a lot, can I move the bathroom back 2 feet? No, because we're so balanced, it would put us off balance just from that movement.
No matter what I put or where I put it in like the garage or you know where I'm going to put stuff in the storage, I don't have to worry about it after it's
No, we're in really good, yeah. We're really balanced, and the way we set up your storage, it helps with that when you put the stuff in. We have so paid attention to balance and the percentage of weight on the front. Part of what we have to do too is we actually have to raise the front tires up 18 inches on our lift. We have lifts that we can raise each individual tire if we want. And we have to reweigh the vehicle with that, and that's called a center of gravity weight. If we shift too much on the back when we do that, we wouldn't pass RVIA inspection. That means we have too much weight up high, and it could be a rollover issue, and that's one of our criteria we have to follow, and that's part of what I'm saying. There's just so many things. I mean, it's thousands of things that we have to comply with to build a good RV. Yeah, and yours is very balanced. Yeah. Even our Cape Cod is the reason things are where they're at, where the batteries are, where the water tanks are. It's for that balance. We can't move them a foot forward, we can't move them a foot back. They're in a perfect place for that balance.
over here.
Yep.
Are you planning to do, or are you doing now, any electrical vehicle chassis? Yes.
My partner used to own Starcraft Bus and Evergreen RV and Stealth trailers and all kinds of stuff, and he loves, like me, to tinker with things, so he just happened to tinker with building an electric vehicle called Sevna. We're opening a plant to build it right now. It's a massive electric vehicle that we can use for buses and all kinds of things. Eventually we'll maybe introduce an RV on it. It's very new right now. It does burnouts. It has a 15,000 GVWR, a 17,000, or a 22,000 GVWR. We put a 22-foot composite body on it, and they can haul gear in it, and it has a 190-mile range as a big vehicle loaded with cargo. He's working on a rotary engine to add to it, and it'll have a 500-mile range. So we have the capability to create and build things, and it's a cool-looking vehicle. I mean, he spent a ton of money creating the cab of it. It's going to be pretty interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right now, the Ford Transit, Ford got with me early on when they built the E, and they said, "Are you going to order any for your RVs?" And it has if you use the air conditioner, it has a 96-mile range. If you use the dash air conditioner, I said the customer would never get where they're going. And I need to charge our batteries with an engine, and there's no way to charge your lithium batteries, so you would be a corded vehicle on the current electric vehicles on the vans, because there's no way to get any charge back to your lithium unless you're sitting in the sun with solar, which isn't efficient on a van at all. Solar on a van sitting in the sun, you're using more air conditioner power up than you'll ever get back from being in that sun. So with a rotary engine added to the one we're building, I can run a second alternator on that rotary engine and get the charge I need for my lithium, and that starts changing the game. So it's probably a couple years away from being an RV, but we have one. Yeah, it's really cool. If you look up Sevna, and yeah, there should be some stuff online on and it's probably through our website too. We have Techstar mobile kitchens, we have Feather Rock composites, we have the electric vehicles. We have quite a few divisions of Embassy where we create things for ourselves. So all my composites that are our composite subfloors in our vans are one-piece composite bonded to the metal of the van with no screws through the floor, so we don't have to go underneath an undercoat. We haven't damaged that body. It's all urethane adhesion, and we make all that. So it really helps us on our builds.
Are the composites bonded with liquid nails?
I don't own any liquid nail. Liquid nail is a brittle product. The van's flex. It's the last thing you want to do in your van is use liquid nail. 100% urethanes will flex with the flex of the vehicle, and they won't let loose. So there's some really good urethanes that we use that do that job. But yeah, you can use it on your porch at home. It works well, the outside stuff. Yeah, but no, that was crazy. I mean, yeah. Yeah. But so hopefully it's been helpful. You know, you did experience what I'm talking about. It happens, you know. There's big RV dealers out there that are all about the sale, not about the client after the sale. You know, you got to look into that too. Some of them are about how many can I push, not how do I take care of you after I've pushed it.
Right. I don't say it's funny, but he ghosted me, of course, because I took him to court. You know?
Oh, yeah.
And so I have all of these things, mechanical things that I don't really understand and didn't get any instruction on. So it's taken me years to figure it out, to try to figure out how things work.
Is it lithium battery?
Yes, it is lithium battery.
What battery?
Good question. It's Victron.
Victron system. You know, it has to have a lithium battery to support that.
Right,
so
yes.
I'm not, and it could be a Victron battery. They build batteries
The whole
too.
thing is a Victron
So it's
system,
probably a Victron battery.
And I took it to a high-end marine specialty place in Newport, Rhode Island, and
Yeah.
they redid the whole thing.
Yeah.
Cost, but
Yeah, and like I say, the marine builders are very, very inspected because you're traveling on an ocean. There's no RV service centers in the middle of the ocean. So our system that we have in ours is Mastervolt. Our batteries are Mastervolt, our touch panels are Mastervolt, our inverters Mastervolt, our fuses are Mastervolt, our fuse panels are Mastervolt, our wiring to the touch panels are Mastervolt. We created that with them. Mastervolt's owned by Brunswick Corporation. Brunswick Corporation owns Mercury Marine, Motor Guide Trolling Motor, Blue Sea, Marine Co., Boston Whaler. They are just massive in the yachting world, so I chose them. We created this system with them where 15 engineers signed off on our electrical system our customers have. We have a 5-year warranty for the complete system because it's been signed off by 15 engineers. And it's married. We can remote into the vehicle and see it if they're in Europe and see what's going on with it because it's yacht. A yacht is satellite-based communication, and we have that system in our RV. That's never been done before. Everyone else has to have a Victron, a Firefly, a Battleborn, a different battery. You know, it's probably 5 or 6 different companies to achieve that task, and one may be a 1-year warranty. The batteries, if they're good, are 5-year warranty, but the fuse panels are probably a 1-year warranty. We changed that game by taking all the resources that Brunswick Corporation has in their engineering, and they now call that Fathom, and they're taking it to the RV industry. They go to shows and they talk to me. We're helping them with marketing because they'll go to a show and nobody knows who Fathom is. They're bigger than any company in this whole place. They're massive with resources and engineers all over the world that can get on the phone and help you, you know, so they have some marketing to do and they have a big marketing campaign going. But oh my gosh, it's been a game changer by teaming up with them and creating that system. And everyone will attest to that has that here, that, you know, we had 2 ladies in Idaho and the system yelled at them, and we remoted in and the system said you have a loose connection between switch number 2 and battery number 2. There's a mega fuse on the floor right there. It was a 3/8 of a turn on 2 nuts and it stopped it and it told us where it was at. Yeah. So that's where we're at, and that's the evolution that Mastervolt will bring to the industry. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Hey, Terry?
Yes.
Just a quick consumer tip. If you hire an inspector and the company or the dealership does not let that inspector have access to that rig to inspect it, run.
Yeah.
Take off. That's a big clue. That's what we call a clue. Full disclosure, I am an embassy owner, very happy, and we were getting ready to, we were looking like everybody else, doing our research and looking to get an inspector to, look at our rig. We decided after meeting Terry and getting a tour of his facility, not to even go down that route. In October of 23, we picked up our rig and we haven't looked back yet. Every time he's accessible, the VP of the company is there for you. I'm not getting paid for this. I'm just a dedicated embassy owner. I'm very proud. I'm just going to pass that on.
I did have to sneak some tools over there and help some people out yesterday, and they, you know, I had to do that a little under the. What's that? Yeah, but we so appreciate it. You know, Mark, he had somebody rear-end his RV in a big truck doing 45 mile an hour at a traffic light. Nothing in our RV let loose because it's all aluminum composite and bonded together with urethane adhesion and not just screws screwed into wood. And you did get hurt, you know, it hit you hard enough that he got neck damage and things from it, but we didn't, what is it?
Really close.
We didn't have shrapnel from that impact, which was massive, and it totaled his vehicle out, flying through and hurting him again. Oh yeah, no, I step over these cords all day long, guy. But you know, we hate to see that happen, but it's a true testimony to a quality build. Is look at it, one that's been in an accident, and see if everything's laying on the ground. You know, we have a lot of stories of customers driving up to Alaska with other people, and their cabinets will be not so attached after a while in the trip. And you know, we pride ourselves in making sure that when we build something and do it, that it can handle flex. You have to understand a unibody constructed vehicle, when it hits a bump, flexes, and it's designed to flex. If you build stuff on the inside that can't flex, and it needs to flex, it's not going to stay together very long. So when we do aluminum constructed cabinetry on one piece and we form it and laser cut it and powder coat it, I show everybody when you come for a walkthrough that it's allowed to flex. So it gives with that and doesn't rip it apart. And it's such a big thing. And that was proof of it with Mark when he got hit by that truck. Yeah.
I'd like to see a show of hands of how many embassy people are here.
Whoa.
We have a great showing. We have a great, it's such a big family. And I will say that these folks here support each other like you can't believe. You know, I'm not always available at 9 o'clock at night, but somebody in the embassy family will answer you and help you, and if they don't know it, they'll get with somebody else and they'll get an answer for you. That's part of this lifestyle, and I'm sure it happens a lot here. The support of family is absolutely incredible.
Well, so two things on the support side. One, you have a lot, or three things, a lot of tutorials on YouTube. There's a great Facebook page for embassy owners, and that's where a lot of information can real time. And then two of the best YouTubers who own are sitting right in front of you.
Yeah.
The Amorosos, incredible things that they do. And
our customers created Embassy Owners and Wannabes on Facebook. There's over 2,000 members of that group, and you know, there's a lot of wannabes in the group, but they share. If somebody wants to see a vehicle, they'll go visit one of them. Something's coming in my hearing aids and shut off my volume. So I get so many Bluetooths, it shuts me down, but you're hearing me. Yeah, I can't hear myself right now. But yeah, it's, you know, that's part of, you know, you ask about how to search something if you're looking to buy. There's usually a group of owners that have grouped up, and if you can find them, they will give you the real report on, was this a good decision or not?
And it's so great. I mean, I got on that group 10 months before I got my vehicle. There's so much I knew about it before I picked it up because it's out there.
You'll
On
have
that
to.
group for 10 months before she got her vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
By the time she purchased her vehicle, she knew so much about it.
Yeah. And we give videos, we give 82 videos on a memory stick to play on your TV to teach you better how to use things. I'm not a big writing person. Everybody will know I have to have other people do all that because I'm too busy. But we love giving video instruction that you get to watch on your 32-inch TV and teach you how to do things a little bit better. And you know, so there's fun things like that that you can do. And you know, like I say, there's some really good builders here too. We're not the only good builder, but hopefully these points will help. What?
Mike.
Oh, my family are all musicians and love getting in front of a mic. I am not that person. So
We have a monthly Zoom conference too.
what is
The
it?
owners do a monthly Zoom conference that we talk about problems or whatever.
Yeah.
So every month we get together and just.
So every month they get together, the Facebook group, and they talk about things and how to help each other and how to do different things, Bob's telling me. So, and I'm not a Facebook person either. This was created by the owners and monitored by the owners. Embassy does not monitor it. It's real, it's live, and it's honest. And if we make a mistake, we talk about it, they'll let us know, and we'll have a meeting, and we'll make sure that goes away very, very quickly. You know, because it is our reputation also that's at stake. So, yes.
I wasn't here at the beginning of your talk, but if someone wanted to look at one of your van builds, where would they be looking here? Which one? Right behind the first stage.
What is it?
Where are the embassy vans located? I mean, we've got a demo over there.
We've done something that's unique. If you see the stainless steel scuppers on the side of the vehicle, it's an embassy. It's a trademark of embassy. Those are our venting systems to become stealth. So anytime you see the scuppers, it's an embassy.
Yeah, what's a scupper?
It's a vent I created in 2003 to not have a hole in the roof, to be completely stealth. It's a yachting engine vent that they use to vent the engine compartment of a yacht, that we put a 50,000-hour little fan inside there, and 2 of them blow in, 2 of them blow out, and it ventilates the vehicle without having a hole in the roof.
Explain what the scuppers are. People don't know what to look for. What do they look like? Is that an embassy van right there?
Yeah, yeah.
Which one?
Yeah. They're the chrome things up on the side of the vehicle, one in the front, one in the back. Now, that's an embassy over there, yes. They're all over the place. So it's so funny because our customers will see one running down the road and see the scuppers, and they'll stop at a rest area. There's 4 of them on it, 2 on each side. So our YouTube blogger, Scott over here, our best buddy, he's got one of our ProMaster demos, and I did something different on that vehicle. We put a MaxxAir fan on the roof, and to create the trademark, I didn't put fans in the scuppers, but I needed to put the scuppers so they would know it's an embassy. So when the fan runs, it sucks air through them and ventilates the vehicle without any motors in it. So that's a first test, and he's liking it. So, you know, it was so important to me to have that look. You know, I still put it on there. He's been in a Travato all these years, and we built a demo just for him to run around in for 3 months so he could experience the embassy travel. And he's smiling, so he's enjoying it.
He was talking to her about the toilet yesterday. He's loving it.
He didn't want me to put that in there, and I said, you gotta try this thing, because Bob and Deb are the ones that sold us on that. Yeah, so it's fun. You know, you should be having fun in this, and the whole experience should be fun and enjoyable and not painful. And that's part of what we're talking about and what we're doing. You can tell, you know, there's a lot of joy in these travels, and for everybody to want to get together and do these things and get out of the house and get off the couch and enjoy this life that we've all earned at this age, you know, it's a wonderful thing. Yeah. Now, Scott has a unique RV. We ordered 20 ProMasters that were all extended ProMasters. We got one in that was not extended. It's a standard. We paid for an extended. The VIN number says extended, and the door on the back is a 3500. You can't order a standard 3500 from Stellantis. It's impossible. But we own one. So we built it into a demo and let him run around with it, and just to show, you know, what it'll do on a shorter chassis. But we had it in production, and we didn't know till it pulled in production that it was the wrong vehicle. And I'm still waiting for Stellantis to get back to me, because the customer will end up going to a dealer and say, this isn't right. So they have to change something for us on that. But that's the first time that's ever happened, and it's kind of interesting. Yeah.
So
You got to use your outdoor voice, Scott.
If you want to come see the vehicle, it's right behind the first aid van. It's a white van. Mine's silver with the scuffers. It's also unusual because it's the SS model, which means it's got a single sofa, not two. So if you're a solo traveler and don't see the need for that second bed, this is a great way to see what that looks like. That was kind of my thing, right? So it's a very different vehicle. Again, if you want to talk about toilets, I'm happy to talk about toilets. Because thank you, Bob and Deb, for convincing that, because I was no effing way. And now I love it.
I know it's her partner, Mike, that's messing with my hearing aids now, because when she laughs, that's what I hear. All righty. I don't even know. Oh, we're doing good. Can you hear him?
We have 4 or 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He had a question.
Yeah, we have a Cape Cod. The Cape Cod model is over there. There's also a couple out there.
Yeah, we have 3 of them.
3 of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've built the vans all my life, so we decided to build a B+. We took about 1.5 years to build it, the owners will attest to, but we didn't want to rush it. We knew when we built it, we wanted to build something unique and special and different from anybody else in the industry, and we accomplished that. You know, it's just a treat to drive and travel with, and it's your hotel room driving on the road with you. I mean, it's just so spacious and wonderful way to travel. So I'm spoiled now myself. It may be hard for me to go back to a van. But that's the joy of a builder, is I get to build things. My crew creates it after I draw it, and then I get to test it. It's a fun job. All righty.
Our Cape Cod is on the other side of the pavilion for the van life.
You can't miss it. It's silver and cactus gray. It's a green Bronco color that we chose for the color on that one. So it's called cactus gray and ingot silver, and we have an embassy tent right beside it to highlight it, but you can't miss it. It's just right behind these vehicles here.
And it's right on this road. I forget what this road is
Yeah,
called.
it's just right over here. Yeah. So we love to show it off to you. It's a wonderful vehicle. We did put a double love seat recliner in it. It's long overdue, so I think we're going to have some upgrades we need to do. But yeah, it's part of what we do too, is we're always trying to do better. Our evolution is incredible. We're not like a lot of the big builders where every year they come out with a new model. Embassy reserves the right to make changes constantly, and we do that pretty regularly. We're always working on new gadgets and new things to improve the builds.
Terry, all Embassy owners love to talk about their vehicle. Just walk up to one and you will get inundated with information because we love them.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, we appreciate everybody. It's a beautiful weekend compared to last year. My goodness. But the Cabana was a big hit, and our vendor that sells the Dreha air conditioner sold 25 of them the next week because everyone walked into our vehicle and felt the heat it was putting out and blew them away. So yeah, it's a really good air conditioner. If you do ever look for an air conditioner, the Dreha air conditioner has a heat pump in it. It's an incredible air conditioner. It's really, really good.
I just mentioned a little bit about the HOA stealth.
He's suggesting you talk about HOA stealth.
And I can't. What is it?
Can you talk a little bit about the HOA stealth?
Well, we've never been kicked out of an HOA. When we do the scuppers that we do and we don't put a roof air on the vehicle and we don't have all the cutouts on the side of the vehicle to give it away as an RV, our water tanks are inside. We do so much stuff inside and give access to those things so it looks more like a normal vehicle. And we have yet to be kicked out with one of our vans from an HOA. So it saves a lot of money having to pay for storage and all the other things that go along with that. The Cape Cod is not going to be HOA friendly. You will get kicked out.
Is the B Plus registered as an RV or as a car, or are you talking about the B vans?
The B van.
The B van, is that registered as an RV or a car?
You get to kind of choose that. So if you're in a HOA, you're not going to register the plate. You can insure it as an RV, which you really want to do, but you don't have to plate it as an RV. So that's the difference. On a Cape Cod, you're going to plate and insure it as an RV because you don't care when it comes to that. But no, a lot of people will plate it as a non-RV for that.
By state? Would that vary by state?
Every state, we sell to every state. It works pretty well.
Have you had instances where the insurance company allowed a person to insure as an RV but still register it as?
Yeah, quite a, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Insurance companies, and every one of them I have a few commercial bus, like shuttle bus, that they just always commercial.
That happens a lot with, yeah. Progressive knows us really, sorry, I have a cough. Progressive knows us really well. A lot of customers use Progressive, and Progressive knows Embassy really, really well. So they're the preferred insurer. State Farm does too, but in Mark's case, Progressive fought diligently for them to get a new vehicle because the company's insurance that hit them wanted to buy him the same year vehicle he had. Well, we don't build that year anymore. So Progressive was very, very diligent in taking care of the customer in that case, and I can't say enough about that.
Besides your own build vans and all the vans you have, owners are happy. What other builders do you look up to and admire?
What other builders do you look up to and admire?
To be fair, I don't get out much. I've been stuck in the building. These are the things I get out to. I've never taken a 2-week vacation in my life other than business, and those will change for us as we get a little older now. When we design and build a vehicle, we don't look at everybody else. We look at what the customers want, and we build by that. I don't want to be influenced by other people, so I don't look at other. When we did the Cape Cod, we had a live with Scott and 20, 25 customers, and Scott had them hold up 1 to 5 stars and $1 to $5 so they could vote on how important is this item to you. And that's how we created the Cape Cod. We listened to the customers, we built the way they wanted it built, and paid attention to the details that they asked for. Yeah, yeah, but thank you. Well, thank you all. I don't have to tell you, I know you'll have a great time this weekend, so.
Yeah, I got a DJI guy. Yes. Okay. What is it? Where's Charlie at? All right, hello everybody. My name is Grant with Freedom Van Go. If you're here for the suspension talk, well, you're in the right place. If you're not, that's all cool, but I would ask you that you take your conversations other places so that the people that would like to hear can hear well. Thank you very much. Yeah, where's she at? No, I don't know what time her thing's at, so it's fine. It's fine. All right, so my name is Grant. I'm with Freedom Van Go. We're out of Jacksonville, Florida. We have been building vans and upfitting vans for the better part of 6 years. We do roughly 400 vans a year. That's everything from wheels, tires, suspension, bumpers, to full van builds, including, you know, Victron energy power systems, Lithionics batteries, large solar arrays, all kinds of fun stuff. We specialize in DIY assistance. So we do a lot of people building their own van. We'll do the power system, we'll do windows, AC units, walls, stuff like that, and then you guys do your cabinets and all that cool fun stuff. Really all the boring stuff that kind of everybody hates to do. All the way up to if you have an RV, we do your suspension, some bumpers, lights, winches, power system upgrades, all kinds of stuff. Today, I've been asked to come out and talk to you guys about suspension. This is going to concentrate for parts and stuff wise mainly on Transits and Sprinters because, well, honestly, that's mainly what we do. The same concepts, however, will translate to pretty much any vehicle. So just so you're aware when I'm talking about certain things, that's really what we concentrate on in the shop is Transits and Sprinters. How many of you hate the way that your van handles? What do you hate about it?
I don't think it's like clunk, it's not, you know, it doesn't have any.
It's not smooth?
Yeah.
What about you? Sloppy? Okay. Anybody hate going on the highway and being passed by semis and things like that and throwing you everywhere and all that kind of fun stuff? I get it. I get it. You know, out of the box, all of our vans, whether they're RVs or self-builds, all that kind of stuff, hopefully most of you paid attention to how much weight you have in your vehicle and kind of where it's at and things like that to make sure that it's safe and within your gross vehicle weight restrictions, which are on the little sticker inside your driver's door. And as long as you do that, honestly, your vans, they're perfectly safe, right? They may not make you feel good, but they are perfectly safe. So anything above and beyond that is really just a really nice to have. And that's what we can help you with and any upfitter can help you with. But typically what I like to tell people is when you're looking at how you're going to upgrade the suspension in your van, there's kind of two paths to go, right? The budget route is things like sumo springs and sway bars and kind of small bolt-on things like that. Now, they give you some confidence because they make things feel a little bit more planted and things like that. However, the one thing I will warn you with things like that is if you do anything but dedicated road driving, devices like that, while they do help in the short term, they harm in a lot of other places. So when you do things like sumo springs and big sway bars, it limits your overall suspension travel. So that comes from things like articulation, which it will fix if you're going down a driveway and it sways back and forth and things like that. It will fix that because what it's doing is it's limiting the amount of room that your suspension has to travel, so it'll settle faster. So it works, it 100% will work. But when you take that into things like BLM land roads, if you're going off-road, if you're trying to go boondock, it's actually going to make your ride worse when you're off-road because your suspension doesn't have enough room to actually function and have the travel for your shocks to work effectively. So we in general don't do things like sumo springs and big fat sway bars unless you're dedicated to being on the road because the capability just isn't there. We concentrate primarily on all-wheel drive and 4x4 sprinters and transits. So the vast majority of our customers are doing a lot of off-roading, a lot of dirt roads, a lot of camping, things like that. So what we tend to suggest if you want to do kind of that first step in your suspension upgrade is look at upgraded shocks. There's a lot of options. You don't have to go with the crazy, super expensive, change everything, all that kind of stuff. You can do something as simple as a set of rear shocks. For the vast majority of vans out there, I don't care if it's a ProMaster or a Sprinter or a Transit or really anything, a set of good shocks in the back will significantly increase your confidence on driving your van pretty much anywhere you go, right? So when you're going off-road, it's going to help dampen that rear end a little bit. Typically, the rear of your van is heavier than the front, so it's going to help to control the body and the axles a lot better with an upgraded shock. You can either do something like what's called a monotube, where they're not adjustable, no little clickers or anything. You just put it on, and what it'll do is because typically with aluminum bodies and better oil and things like that, it'll dissipate heat faster than your normal shock, which isn't really meant for a harsh use. And once shock oil and shocks get hot, they tend to not want to operate very well and they don't control as well. So when you're upgrading your shock, that's a lot of what you're doing, is putting a more capable unit in there that will last for a lot longer in those environments before you see things like shock fade and bouncing of the rear axle over washboard roads and things like that. Now, the other thing that you can do that is absolutely free when you're off-road is air down your tires. It's always a good idea if you're going down, rough roads or washboard roads, things like that, to let some air out of your tires. Now, that's kind of different depending on what van you have, if you have dualies or single tire, how heavy it is, all that kind of stuff. But typically, even just letting out 10 to 20 PSI is super safe, and it will significantly increase the level of comfort that you have going down those roads and complement whatever shock upgrade that you have as well. Now, remember that if you drive on the roads with lower tire pressure, you do have adverse handling. So you always want to make sure you either have an onboard compressor or that in your travels where a gas station is that has a compressor so you can air back up. We typically don't recommend driving more than 5-10 miles on normal roads with air down tires because honestly it is kind of unsafe to do that. You will have some adverse handling feeling on the road. So always make sure you get back up to what the normal PSI is on your tires as soon as you can. Now, how many of you feel like your van is too heavy? Like how many of you kind of bounce a lot down the road, going on the back, things like that? You have a really heavy, you have 30, 40 gallons of water, a lot of batteries, that kind of stuff. Well, leaf springs are going to be your fix. If you have a heavy van and you got that sag where you're an inch or two lower in the back from when you first got it and you want to bring it back up to where it should be, the couple options to get that back to where it should be. First is spacer blocks. So if you have leaf springs in the back, the generic kind of go-to way to level out the van is spacer blocks, and that's literally what it says. It's a block that goes in between your leaf spring and your axle, and all it does is raise the van. It doesn't actually help your handling or your weight, you know, holding control. The next step from there is something called like a mini leaf pack. Now, Van Compass is what we use for that. It adds another couple leaf springs underneath your existing ones. And what that's going to do is stiffen up that leaf pack a little bit and handle the weight a little bit better when it's resting as well as when you're going down the road, and help control how much of that up and down movement you have in correlation with those shocks we were talking about, to make it handle so much nicer and get rid of some of that wallowing bounce and stuff like that. Now, if you're really heavy, or if you tow, or, you know, if you've got a, let's say, a longer wheelbase fan that has maybe some carriers on the back with some boxes and a bunch of weight on it, and that weight's leveraged way far back from the axle, leaf springs, a full leaf spring replacement is kind of the next step from there. And typically, like, we do a lot of Winnebago Echos. You know, they're 11,000 pound vans, both on Transits and Sprinters. They're longer. We've got a lot of weight on the back because the big garage, and 50 gallons of water, 50 gallons of gray, all that kind of stuff. And that is like single-handedly one of the best things that you can do on some of the bigger, heavier rigs, so that it controls all of that body movement and all that suspension movement with that weight, and you're not bottoming out. A good way to tell if you need leaf springs or if you need, you know, an improvement in your rear suspension is to look under the back of your van, and you're going to see your bump stops, right? There are two rubber things on each side that are going to contact either your leaf spring or another suspension component on your axle, and you want to look and see if there's any space there. A lot of the vehicles that are built out, or RVs, stuff like that, you're going to notice that there's really not any space, and even some of them are literally resting on those. Now, that goes back to when we talked about the sumo springs and things like that that limit suspension travel. Well, if your bump stops are already sitting onto the bracket that they're meant to hit in case of a heavy suspension articulation, you have no suspension travel. So when you're going down the road and you hit a big dip, you're going to actually preload those bump stops, and it's going to go back up, and that's where you get a lot of that porpoising and that bouncing. And that's a good indicator that, hey, my van's heavy, and I should probably look at, you know, a set of leaf springs, because either they're worn out after you know, 3 or 4 years of a max weight van. Springs wear out. We have seen it time and time again where we'll take them off and they've actually got a permanent kind of frowny arc in them, because it's just metal fatigues over time, especially when it's at the maximum ability that it can handle for a long period of time. It just doesn't like it. So it's a good indicator if your bump stops, again, if you look from the back of your vehicle, kind of just inboard of your rear tires, you'll be able to see it. It's just a little rubber cone, and see what kind of space you have. If you don't have at least an inch or two, then you're probably really heavy, and you probably could benefit from some leaf springs. With the ones we use, so we typically use Van Compass suspension components. I've been using them personally for about 8 years. When I got my first van, and I built it out on my own. It's the brand that I use, and I absolutely love it, and it has worked well for me. So as we rolled into doing this as a business, it's kind of who we stuck with, because they have awesome customer service, their product's really cool, it works really well, the people are awesome, they try and do as much here in America as they can, they manufacture their own products, and it's just a really good brand, long lasting for us versus some others. And they came out with something about 1.5 years ago or so called the OptiRate. Now, with other options, you have to kind of specify what weight you want. So with that, you have to, and you all should do this anyways, but you need to go to a truck stop and measure your front axle, rear axle, and overall weight whenever you're looking into doing suspension upgrades. Mainly because a lot of the shocks out there that are aftermarket rely on what your axle weight is to see if you need a stiffer or a lighter shock. because not everybody needs a really stiff shock. And if you have too stiff or too light of a shock on your van, it'll actually make it handle worse. It'll feel really jarring and bumpy, more like a sports car than, you know, something that is supposed to be comfortable going down the road like our vans are. And with the OptiRate springs, it allows us, or you, if you're doing your own, which anybody can do it if you're handy, they have wedges and shims that actually go into the leaf spring. Now, this allows you, and they have a chart that makes it really easy for you, based on what your measured axle weight is. So again, if you go to the CAT scale and get your axle weight, you can put in or take out a different number of shims in order to have the weight carrying for that actual weight that you have. So it's tailorable to different vans without having, you know, if you decide to add some more batteries or add a larger water tank, you don't have to then buy a whole new set of leaf springs. You could just put another one of the shims in, because what that does is it sets your initial weight carrying kind of arch capacity. And then as the suspension goes through the actual range, it'll use the leaf spring as it should, and you'll get the full arch along with the suspension travel we talked about, so you're not going to bottom out, and you're going to see significant improvements in the ride. You're not going to be, you know, sagging anymore, and it's totally tailorable to the vans that you have. So instead of having to change out parts if you decide to change your build down the road, or you add carriers on the back of your van, and then now the upgraded leaf springs that you got are now frowning because you added, you know, so much more weight on the back, this allows you to really be able to adjust it for your van in your situation. Now, on the back, the only other thing that we have as an option is very recently, Airlift came out with airbags for sprinters. They're working on it for transits, and I believe they have them for ProMasters coming as well, but they finally came out with a bolt-on air spring setup that basically replaces the bump stops and allows you, if you do things like tow, if you do things like carry, it's really geared more towards, I think, people that carry like heavy pallets in delivery vans and stuff like that, but it has some applicability to us. You know, as we have all this water and all this stuff, and if you don't need the performance upgrade of, you know, leaf springs and better shocks and things like that, it helps you to level your van back out to get that suspension travel, but also stiffen it up a little bit for not a lot cheaper. It's still kind of expensive. It's like, depending on what management you get, they have a wireless version that you can use on your phone to adjust it up and down, and then they have a keypad. You've got it's the brackets, the airbags, and the controller, and it has a compressor built into it also. So it's kind of an all-in-one solution, and they're super cost-effective compared to doing like a full entire suspension upgrade if you're relatively happy with what you have. Because there are some people that love the way their van handles, and there's nothing wrong with that. We just want to get that rear suspension travel and, you know, get that butt sag back up. It's a great option for that. So, Airlift. Yep, Airlift. They have an option for the two-wheel drive and the 4x4 all-wheel drives on the 2500 chassis. They're working on the 3500. So if you have a single rear wheel on a Sprinter, it's available now. We do carry them, and they're working on the Transits and the 3500s and the ProMasters currently as well. They used to be available years ago, but they were having issues and then didn't make them for a couple years. Now they re-engineered them, and I'm super excited because they're a really good option. Yes, sir. I'm told by our rep that they're working on it, that it is actively being worked on, and it should be out somewhat soon, is what I'm being told. But, you know, that's companies. Yes, ma'am.
Is that for the 3500 ProMaster?
It would probably be for the 25 that I'm aware, but I think the axles are basically the same because it's front-wheel drive, so it might cross over. Like I said, we don't have any release details on it yet. We are just told they're working on it along with the Transit, so I don't have any details on that. Yes. The adjustable shocks? Yeah. Yeah. So he's asking about the Van Compass adjustable shocks. So that's kind of the next step from there. Is doing so. Van Compass makes a front and a rear adjustable shock. And for what it's worth, they make everything for, you know, ProMasters, Transit, Sprinters, lots of different kits for each of these, from, you know, entry level all the way up to full-blown big lift kits and all that kind of stuff. But as you mentioned, the Van Compass shocks, so they're called Falken makes the shocks for Van Compass to their specifications. For the rear, they have what's called a Falken 3.3. Now this is a piggyback rear shock that allows you to adjust the stiffness to your liking. It has 3 settings, 3 main settings. So 1 is going to be the softest and 3 is going to be the stiffest. On setting 2, it also has a micro adjustment, so you can kind of fine tune it within that range as well. And I gotta say, if you give it a couple clicks, you'll 100% tell a difference. When I'm towing versus when I'm off-road, we go from 3 to 1. And it significantly increases the compliance, suspension travel, and comfort, whether you're on the road with something heavy or you're off-road on washboards. It makes a huge, huge difference. Now, they make them for the back. They also make them for the front. For the Sprinters in particular, Van Compass does make a full replacement strut. It's not going to give you a lift. It's not going to, you know, do anything like that, but it will replace the factory shock in the front that is connected to from the van to the suspension knuckle, versus the auxiliary shock that you sometimes see. It's a full shock replacement, and in my opinion, it is the best upgrade you're going to do to the front of the van. So typically, if you have a Sprinter, my suggestion is the front rally strut, the rear Falken 3.3. And then if you need it, a leaf pack, and if not, then just go with the shocks, and you're going to see an absolute change in every characteristic on the way that your van handles, like without a doubt. If you ask anybody out here, in the first 3 rows, there's at least 15 vans that we've done suspension on. I implore you to go ask and get firsthand experience on whether or not it's worth it, because it is. I can't sell it good enough for the people to tell you. They absolutely love it. It increases your confidence. It increases the way that it handles. You can go faster, comfortably. You're not getting jarred by all the garbage roads and, you know, like Texas and Arizona. I hate driving out west. The roads are so bad, and it just makes it bearable. But with that, with the Sprinters, like I said, we do the rally struts. We do the rear shock is kind of like the base there, and you're going to absolutely love it. They also have a front auxiliary shock where if you're really, really, really pushing your van and you're going 100 miles off-road, it's advantageous to get the secondary shock up front, mainly because it's going to help you with shock fade. And you know how I talked about earlier, the good reason to upgrade your shock is so that the fluid stays cool, that you get the effectiveness, all that kind of stuff. Well, when you have more control overall, the work that the shocks have to do independently reduces. So you can get longer use time before you start getting shock fade, and you start and you get reduced handling or comfort when you're going really, really far off road. In the past, the go-to Van Compass suspension kit on the Sprinters anyways was called the 4.3. It's going to be your adjustable rear shock. It's going to be a mini leaf pack. And then it's going to be the auxiliary front shock. Well, really since the rally strut came out and the OptiRates came out, we've kind of shifted from the 4.3 being kind of the standard into doing the rear shock, the front rally strut, and if your van needs it, we'll do the OptiRates instead of the mini leaf pack, because it's overall a lot better to do a fully engineered leaf pack versus just some add-a-leafs, because it carries the weight so much better if you're actually sagging and you need it, versus just kind of propping it up with a mini leaf pack, because that used to be the go-to way, you know, before they had the OptiRate, and that's nowadays. As long as the rally struts are available, because they're still kind of hard to get sometimes. It kind of depends on how well Falken can put them out, but On the Sprinter side, that's kind of the route that we go for the best bang for the buck. Instead of saying, hey, you need all these things, it's like kind of those key things tend to be what works really well on the Sprinters. Does anybody have any other questions on Sprinter side before I move to Transits? You got something?
Well, I was going to ask about Transits.
Yep, that's where I'm going right now because it's kind of different. Yes, sir. Yep. Yeah, so that's a good question. He said he's got a Van Compass 6.3 over 4.3. So Van Compass and all their kits, if it has a 4.3, that means it's not, or if it has a 4 to start, that means it's a non-lifted. If it has a 6, that means you have a 2-inch lift. So it doesn't actually affect handling at all, but you can also do a 2-inch lift on the Sprinters. And if you want to see all of this installed, you can go to our booth. We have our Winnebago Echo Sprinter that has everything suspension related on it, and we can absolutely talk about it and stuff like that. But if you have a 6.3, then you also get the Striker 2-inch lift on top of that, which raises the body and drops the subframe 2 inches. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of different factors on which parts and pieces you get. If you want to know prices, come by after, and I'll absolutely let you know. I'd have to like look up the package. Just 1 second. Yes. Jacksonville, Florida. Okay. Uh-huh. Well, so ProMaster is a little different because I don't think anybody actually makes a leaf spring upgrade for the ProMasters. So you have to do the Sumos in the rear, but you still can do Bilstein shocks. That's going to make a big difference. It's not, monstrous, but it is a noticeable improvement over factory. And then from there, you got to kind of figure out if you want to do a lift or not, because in order to do the shocks anyways, you got to pull the springs. So like if you have a thought of doing a lift, you might as well do it all at the same time, because you got to take it all apart at the same time anyways. So you're going to pay the same labor if you're going to do a front lift versus not. So like Van Compass, for example, has a 2-inch front leveling kit. So if you're doing the front shocks, you might as well do the springs and bring that front back up so you don't have that raked look. But for the rear, I mean, Sumo springs are kind of the only way to go on those. Just for whatever reason, the demand's not there for the manufacturers to make the parts.
So that's in Jacksonville?
Yes.
That does this?
Yes. Well, so Freedom Van Gogh, that's who we're with. And we do installs, and we also sell parts. So if you want to do it yourself, we stock all the same parts that we install. We have a full retail showroom, all that kind of stuff. And we'd be more than happy to get it to you if you want to do it yourself. No, you don't want to do it? Come on, it's super fun. All right, so let's talk about Ford Transits. So Ford Transits are a little bit of a different beast because mainly of different part availability. Sprinters are a luxury because everybody makes everything for them, and as you go to Transits, that's kind of halved. It's still the same concepts, however, it's just kind of a different mishmash of parts and pieces. So on Transits, again, it starts with rear shocks, right? That's the kind of go-to first upgrade that we have everybody do if you're kind of questioning, where to dip your toes in, is rear shocks. Van Compass, again, has the Falcon 3.3s that give you the adjustability in the back. So if you have kind of a heavier van, you can make it a little stiffer. If it's a little lighter, you can make it a little lighter. But it's going to control that movement of the van to the axle in any given situation. Make it stiffer on the highway. It's going to drive more planted. You'll feel more confident. And then when you're off-road, switch it to softer. And same thing. It's going to soak up those bumps. It's going to deal with those washboards, roads a lot better, all that kind of stuff. In that vein, the same situations with the Transits apply, where if you're really heavy, you do leaf springs. Van Compass also has OptiRates for the Transits, which work absolutely amazing, adjustable for how heavy your van is, all that kind of stuff. The big difference on the front of the Transits is because there's not a whole lot of parts available. we use the Topo 2.0 lift typically on the Transits, and that kit is made up of the Falcon shocks in the back, a little lift block for the rear to bring the rear up a little bit if you don't need leaf springs, and then on the front it gives you a new spring for the shock that is actually going to raise the front of the van to it's actually about 1.25 inches, and then it's got spacer that bolts on top that actually fixes the geometry of the front shock. So when you raise the vehicle, if you just put it back on, you're never going to get the alignment back in spec because everything's tied to the shock. And if you push the shock out with a lift, because it's taller and it's longer, then your toe is never going to get back into alignment. So Van Compass actually developed a geometry correcting spacer that goes on top and then makes up the rest of that 2-inch lift. And this changes the geometry of the shock in order to, or strut if you want to get specific, in order to make sure that you can get back into alignment afterwards so that you're tracking straight down the road and you don't have any adverse tire wear. It also gives you a sway bar relocation bracket because as you lift the vehicle, the geometry of the factory sway bar changes and you don't want it to bind up and do weird things. So they relocate that down a little bit to get it back where it needs to be. And that's really for things like in the all-wheel drive sense of it, that's kind of really where we point you guys to, because it's the best bang for the buck. It's the best universal, kind of works really, really well. And the deciding factor there really is if you need a rear leaf spring or not. Other than that, everything's going to be basically the same as the upgrade path on the Sprinter with the Transit. Now, I will say Van Compass is coming out with, I'm told as of a couple days ago, the Rally Strut for the Transit, which is significantly going to make life a lot easier because you're going to get an amazing front shock, because current day the Bilstein shock is the only front shock upgrade for the Transit. Now the caveat with the Bilstein front shock, and I know there's a whole lot of if this then that's here, but with the Bilstein front shock on the Transit, you can't run a full Van Compass lift kit because it actually makes it longer, and you'll actually blow out the passenger CV axles on the Transits on the all-wheel drive because it makes it just long enough where it puts it out of its optimal operating range, and you'll end up breaking boots and slinging grease and all kinds of stuff. So in general, I don't particularly recommend the Bilstein shocks if you're going to do a lift. If you're not going to do a lift, by all means, it's a great kind of off-the-shelf upgrade that'll give you a little bit of improvement in handling. But we don't like to combine them with the lifts because to do it, you have to not use a geometry spacer, and then your alignment typically teeters on the end of being acceptable, and that does lead to increased tire wear prematurely. So that's just a note to kind of think about. But the Rally Struts are going to significantly increase the front handling. I'm super excited about them. But the production prototypes are out in the wild right now. Just making sure there's not any weird things that got missed in the prototyping. But that's something I'm super excited to finally come out. Because if some of you know, we've had a Transit Echo for 2 years and swapped over to the Sprinter Echo, and I've got a lot of love for both chassis. So, any questions on the Transit stuff? Yes.
So for a Transit, it's 3500.
Okay.
AC, so dually.
Yep.
All-wheel drive.
Yep.
So you got to worry about the geometry you were talking about. For not off-road, but on-road, comfort and safety. What upgrade?
Yeah, so a lot of it depends on what you feel is lacking in the way that your van drives. As always.
Okay, so we have the sumo spring, and I do notice that not bottoming out because we're not driving like that. But I know it plants it better over small irregularities on the road or what have you. But I would like to know if there's something better. Again, for mainly comfort and safety on a highway.
Yeah, so you get that planted feel because you're already on the bump stops. So as the suspension travels already on those sumo springs, it just moves a little bit. So that's why you get the quote unquote sports car feel, because you're just kind of sitting on those bump stops going through it instead of the suspension doing its job. If you like that feel, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. As far as incremental upgrades, I mean, the Bilstein front shock is a good idea, and then a rear shock, whether it's a Bilstein or a Falcon, is a place I'd go from there. And then I'd tell you to drive it and see how you feel about it, and see if you feel like you need anything more. And then from there, if you need more suspension travel to get that comfort, then you would go with the lift on top of that, and either no leaf spring or leaf spring, kind of depending on the weight of the vehicle and some other factors. But always shocks are the first kind of bottom line start there, because that's going to be the best bang for the buck incremental improvement.
And you were mentioning Bilstein on the front.
Mm-hmm.
And Fox you mentioned Fox.
Yeah, so you can do either Bilstein on the back or you can do Falcons on the back. Because you inherently have more suspension travel in the back typically, unless you're overloaded. A better shock in the rear will yield better results than the front. If you have sumo springs and you're already kind of resting on those sumo springs, which is how they're designed to operate, you're not going to benefit as much from a really, really good shock.
With that kind of shock upgrade, take the sumo springs off.
I would try both, because the thing is everybody has different expectations and different things that they feel is how it should handle. Some people absolutely love the way the stock van handles, and there's nothing wrong with that. Some people absolutely hate it, but that's why, unless you have a chance to ride in a van that has something that you're looking at or something like that, we tend to go the incremental route if you're not really sure what you want. That way you're not stuck, spending $6,000 on a bunch of stuff you don't need. We would rather kind of, okay, hey, start here and see if you like the improvement, and then we can go to the next step. It takes a little longer, but typically we can tailor a little bit better to how you like the van to handle. Does that answer your question? Yes, ma'am. So that's a very good question. So you can do the Falcons for sure. You can do a rear shock with any variation, whether it's a two-wheel drive, whether it's an all-wheel drive. You can always do a rear shock. Now with the rear leaf spring, the thing you're gonna find is all of the leaf springs have a 2-inch lift factored into them. So if you do just a rear leaf spring and you don't do the front half of the lift, your van's gonna kind of sit like this, kind of like the ProMasters do, where they're a little nose down. You're gonna get a little bit of that. So it depends on your use case and kind of how heavy you are and things like that. Van Compass does make a mini leaf pack for the Transit that, depending on what your loads are and stuff like that, we can either use like all 3 or just 1 or 2 of them to kind of adjust to what you need. But typically we wouldn't suggest doing a leaf pack in the back in shocks and not doing the front portion of the lift. You absolutely, you 100% can do only the shocks, which is typically the first kind of step for anybody that we suggest. Did that answer your question? Well, it's better than factory for sure. I think. Again, it depends on. Yeah, and most people don't, to be fair. But it depends on if you like the way your van currently handles. I would say don't spend the money. If you feel as there's a reason, if you feel as though that something isn't right, then it's worth exploring. And you get that win, yeah, a shock will help that. Yeah, without a doubt, a shock will help that. Yep. So you can do a rear shock with the sumo springs, because they're 2 separate sections of the suspension. So you can do that. And yeah, no, you will certainly feel a difference, especially in that particular situation. You'll still get a little bit, but it'll settle much quicker. Yes, sir. Rip kits? Yeah, so we do not install Agile suspension products as of about a year ago. So we now exclusively only use Van Compass for suspension kits. Take that for what you will. Yeah, the one in the back, you put your hand up first.
If you're doing significant off-roading,
Mm-hmm.
is there any suspension difference you'd recommend for something that's a C-channel versus a box frame setup?
What chassis are you talking about?
I'm on a F350.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking at Class C's. I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to determine if there's major suspension difference.
Yeah, so you have so if we're talking like E-Series or F-Series base pickup, like RVs is a much different conversation. This is really tailored towards like unibody vans. For that situation, you're really going to need to look at what is available for that chassis. And I would worry less about if it's channel or box and more about what capabilities you're looking for. Like if you're trying to do like liquid spring, if you're trying to do some, carling stuff, it depends on what you're trying to do. Really is what kind of factors that in, because some suspension manufacturers, because like the stuff that's going to apply to you, like they don't even look at sprinters or transits, right? So it's a totally different world. But if you're going for that kind of stuff, you've got to make sure that whatever manufacturer you're looking at for the capability that you want to do, make something for that application, and that would, to me, that would drive which direction I go over others. Because like if I was doing an E-Series kit, like I would call U-Joint and be like, what do I need? Because they're going to be the people that I go to for my suspension kit, or if I want to do a 4x4 conversion or whatever on that. And if I'm doing, an F-Series based, like a Ross Monster or something like that, I'm going to call Carling and be like, hey, what do I need to make sure that I get in order to use, this kit? So I think that's more component driven than chassis driven, because it's going to follow whatever capability you want in that kind of scenario. Does that help? Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah, VB Air is probably who they used. Yeah. So we don't, because that's typically more geared towards like road traveling. And like I said, our predominant customer is off-road adventure. But it is a good system. It depends on what you need. It's super smooth. The really cool part is that it can level. So if you're staying in a lot of RV parks, state parks, stuff like that, and you're more worried about the rig being level, it's an amazing option for that. And if you don't want to put like leveling jacks on, I don't particularly like leveling jacks because they hang down too low, and I've seen so many of them damaged. That's not really the thing that I like. But the VB Air, you are able to pump the back up a little bit if you're going, through some rougher terrain. I wouldn't suggest it off-road. It doesn't have any kind of fail-safe, so if there was damage to one of the bags, like you're gonna have an issue. On the road, it's not really that big of a deal, but when you got to deal with rocks and tree branches that could puncture a bag, things like that, it's not really my go-to. Well, so they changed the whole, so on the VB Air suspension stuff in general, it's an entire rear end change out almost. So it gets rid of the leaf springs, it goes to an airbag only setup, and it changes the shock to, it's a significant change. There are some airbag assist ones out there, but they're not the big systems that they have. I wouldn't really recommend the airbag assist ones. I think they're a little more expensive for what you get. But if you want that much more comfortable ride and you're more of a road goer, you could do a VB Air suspension type setup. I mean, they're like 10 grand. But they work really well. Like they ride amazing. A lot of the, like if you look at Gretches, if you look at some of the like American coaches, the stuff that have like the more VIP luxury type vans, they have that, and it's super comfortable. Like they ride great. Yeah. I didn't. I did not, because there's not a whole lot to talk about ProMasters because there's not a lot available. So your main options are really Bilstein, is I believe the only person that makes front shocks for it. It's do what? Coney. Coney makes them now too. So well, that's not too bad. So Coney and Bilstein, it's an OEM replacement. So you just take the old ones off, put the new ones on. There's a little bit more to it than that, but I mean it's a direct replacement. Same with the rears. If Coney makes the front, they make a rear now too. Do you know if the Coneys are adjustable? So I know at one point they made adjustable Coneys for the Sprinters. They may now have them for their ProMasters. But it'll, especially as you get to higher mileage vans, it's gonna totally refresh your van, changing out the shocks. Like it will make it feel and handle way better. But for the ProMasters, really, it's if you don't want to lift it, it's just change the shocks out. Sumo springs are super popular on the ProMasters just because there's not a lot of options. It is not. So Sumo springs are basically an additional spring. So they replace your bump stop with a harder durometer rubber, and it basically just acts as a secondary spring. It's engineered to basically always be touching your axle, so that when you hit a bump, they're longer, so it compresses differently and just adds more spring rate to whatever suspension you have. And they're super popular on the ProMasters for sure. You go to an alignment shop. It depends on what's out of alignment. Normally, because I think like off-highway vans has a 3-inch lift, Van Compass has a 2-inch lift. We've seen issues on the 3-inch lift of not being able to get into factory alignment specifications. Haven't seen any issues on the 2-inch lifts. We have also seen on the 3-inch lifts, we have seen people with CV axle issues. Same as I was talking about on the Ford Transit, because there's just too much angle on them that they end up ripping the CV boot. It's not everybody, so it could be use case determined. I mean, if it could just be because they off-road a lot. But we have seen those issues on the taller lifts on the ProMasters. But past that, I mean, you should be able to get it within factory specifications with the 2-inch lift, and most of the time on the 3-inch lift. It kind of depends on how worn your bushings are, because there's a bushing like at the back of the front of the suspension that likes to tear, and if that gets torn, then it won't go into alignment very well, and you got to get that replaced. But you should be fine. Yeah, you're typically where the shock bolts into the vehicle. There will be a block on top of that, typically. And then you can also look in the back where your leaf spring is, and you would see a block in between the leaf spring and the axle. Because normally, like if you look over there, the leaf spring's directly on top of the axle. And if it has a lift, they just put a block in the back, so you see like a little 2-inch block back there. You're welcome. Do we have any other questions, comments, concerns behind you? Yes, sir.
Say you're coming out of a slight slope and you're accelerating down the road, and your back end just starts to shake. Is there a fix for that?
Yeah. So, I mean, shocks are the improvement for that. Shocks are relatively universal, an improvement for all of that stuff. But what I will tell you is you want that to happen to an extent. Where it's an issue is when it happens prolonged, right? You want your van to have that movement because that means the shocks actually have suspension travel to do their job, right? When you're either really, really heavy and you're sitting on bump stops, or you have sumo springs, like it does less of this, but when it does it, it's exaggerated. It's much heavier, but it stops sooner. Whereas if you do shocks, it won't be as exaggerated when you're leaving sorry. His question was when you're leaving like an inclined driveway, you know, the sway that you get back and forth on the van as you're leaving. He's asking if what's the improvement to that. So shocks ostensibly are the improvement because it allows the suspension to actually travel and articulate where it needs to. That same question can apply to sway bars, and kind of why we don't like to use sway bars is because while it will help with that, it also limits the amount of travel you have when you're going at speed for your shocks to work in that same situation. Think like railroad tracks at a 45-degree angle. It's going to handle significantly differently with sumo springs or a large sway bar with no shocks versus shocks with a stock sway bar and bump stops. So shocks are universally, in my opinion, the appropriate fix typically for that kind of situation. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes, so I've seen a lot of people put a larger diameter tire, like a 35 inch.
Okay.
But I'm concerned about the transmission and the engine. When I set up a third tire and a mic strut and for on the life cycle, the transmission and the engine.
Yep. So his question was related to larger tires and overall wear and tear on the components, right? So yeah, no, I mean, it's kind of a thing. There's no empirical data on it because you've also got to realize that 35-inch tires on a van are really only like a 6-year-old thing on Sprinters. So there's no real good data other than a handful of people that do more than, you know, drive 10,000 miles a year. I've got 40,000 miles on a 2019 Sprinter with 35s, and I've got no adverse issues yet. So from my experience, it's not really a problem. But yeah, no, absolutely. If you go to larger size tires, especially significantly larger like 35-inch tires, you are without a doubt putting strain on all your components, and that's everything from your hubs to your axle shafts to your actual differentials to your transmission, to your engine, to everything. So there is an element of it is what it is.
No, so it's like a half medium, like maybe 31, 32.
Yeah, so it depends on the chassis. It depends on the chassis and year. I mean, our happy median is like a 275, 285 tire with the aspect ratio depending on, you know, what size wheel you have, but yeah, typically that 30 to 32, kind of depending on that range, is what we feel is the best like longevity size. And I say that as I have 33s on our Sprinter Echo and 35s on my regular Sprinter, but for those wanting to keep their van for a long period of time, it is absolutely something that you should think about. And I would relatively advise against big, massive 35s on something that is brand new that you're going to keep for 100,000 miles. It's a lot of wear and tear, and you probably at some point will go through a front differential on a Sprinter, as well as some rear axle shafts at some point as well. Yes.
Got an old E-Series shuttle bus.
Nice.
It's got the real heavy duty rear leaf springs. Are there any other players in the game besides U-Joint to get like a lighter leaf pack on?
Man, I'm gonna tell you something. U-Joint is the player that you wanna call. Like, I mean, they're the guys that they originated all of it on the E-Series. I mean, if you're looking to do stuff, like, I mean, if I had to call somebody, it would 100% be U-Joint. Like, if I had an E-Series and I wanted to do cool stuff, like, that's 100% who I would call. Never dealt with them on a business side, but I've been to their facility and super impressed with them. They're really cool people. They've got an amazing pedigree. They put a lot of work and time into developing the parts they do. They stay in their niche. They don't try and do everything for everybody, but the stuff that they do, in my experience, is absolutely amazing. So that's who I would use. I'm sure, without a doubt, I'm sure that there is somebody making leaf springs for the E-Series vans. But I bet if you called U-Joint, they would have the 6 questions to ask you that tell you exactly what you need. And that's what I would pay for. Definitely worth it. All right, what else we got? Anything else before we wrap this up for the next person and or lunch, whatever it is? Yes, sir. In what? Where is your wind buffeting? Yeah, but where is it buffeting? You mean? Okay, yeah. I mean that's going to be a combination of sometimes the wind is just too high and you got to deal with it, and then shocks. Shocks will help control your body movement. But I mean there is a point where where I've gone through Arizona and the winds have been so bad I'm at a 20-degree counter steer going down the road. I mean, it just kind of is what it is. You're in a massive, box going down the road, and just kind of is what it is. Not necessarily, because we're not doing like 5-6 inch lifts, right? So it's not going to exaggerate it that much. You're not, like, in my experience, I can't say that just a lift will significantly change the handling characteristics of any of the vans we put them on. Because, like I said, we're not doing massive, 5 to 8 inch lift kits like a truck. They're, in the scheme of things, relatively small and really just designed to like level vans out a little bit and give a little bit of lift on top of that. So I wouldn't say it would exacerbate the issue, but I mean, wind is definitely a concern, especially in some of the open states. But there is an element of it just kind of is what it is. Anybody else before I hand it back over to the staff? All right, well, thank you so much for hanging out and all the questions. Again, we're down there that way. Look for the big orange tent, and more than happy to chat with you guys and girls about anything that you'd like afterwards. And enjoy the weekend. It's going to be beautiful this year, so enjoy it.
Hey van friends, this is Mike coming to you live from the Withlacoochee River Park in Dade City, Florida at the Peace Lovin' Vans Festival. What exactly is the Peace Lovin' Vans Festival? Well, it's a gathering of over 500 van enthusiasts that are coming together to form community, to meet one another, to learn about van life and explore what it means to own a van, live in a van, travel in a van, and hang out with good people in vans. This is our third year of offering the Peace Lovin' Vans Festival, and new this year is we're actually going to sort of do our best to document the festival by live streaming our workshops, by live streaming some of the other events that are going on, introducing you to different exhibitors, vendors, sponsors, as well as folks that are attending the festival. And again, we'll be walking around with our camera today. You'll see what this deliberately formed utopian van village is all about. So we're psyched to be able to bring this to you. Once again, you're coming live from Peace Lovin' Vans. Yeah, so I want to give a big thanks and big shout out to Project Van Life as our primary streaming partner, as well as our main sponsor, Live Wildly.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Peace Lovin' Vans 2025. We've got a whole lineup in the parking lot out here. So we're gonna hop in the golf cart with Jason. And yeah, let's see everyone that's made their way here. Excited to get into the venue. It's a little after 10 o'clock. Official opening is 11 a.m. And everyone's excited to get this started. So we're gonna go ahead and take a little golf cart ride and see what it's all about. Hey guys, I'm just editing this video and realized that I didn't introduce myself. My name is Nick Eilerman. I'm a YouTuber and custom van builder with Odyssey Custom Vans. Van Builder HQ is my YouTube channel if you guys want some helpful DIY van building tips, so go on and hop over there. But yeah, this is day one of Peace Lovin' Vans. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the video. All right, guys, as we're passing this field right here, this is going to fill up with over 300 vans. Probably more than that, right? And 500 this year? Wow. A ton of vans. So right here you guys see completely empty, except for us exhibitors. And when we round this corner right here, we're going to see that it's about to get exciting. So right here we're passing the check-in. This is where all the line of vans are going to be checking in to the event. Everyone's eager. People are getting here very, very early. What's the earliest that you saw people get in here to park?
Yeah, 8 a.m.
8 a.m.?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to go down to the park entrance, loop around, just so you guys can see how many vans we got coming through. All right, guys, we're circling back to the venue. We're going to go through and check out the sponsors, do a little tour of the venue before everyone gets inside, and then we'll come back here and see how everyone parks, gets in their lanes and rows, and gets set up for Peace Loving Vans 2025. Good. All right, guys, we have made it to the vendor area. I'm gonna take a quick little walk through. Now we'll be doing a couple interviews with sponsors. We'll talk to them about their van builds, what they brought out here to the event a little bit later in the video, as well as talking to some campers that are coming out and what they're enjoying about the event. All right, guys, we're leaving the vendor area and we are hopping on over to the lineup for the first vans that are coming in. Passing the Leafy Lounge. Nice fire pit over there for later in the night. Got some people setting up here already.
Guys, you're gonna have to hold off for a second. People are gonna be driving up here.
All right, guys, we have some more vans coming in, and this is pretty much the layout here. So over here we were with the vendor area. We got the sound stage over there. And then each one of these are lanes. So all the way down, very organized. All the vans are gonna come in and go ahead, line up, park, and get set up like the other ones we just passed. And then over here on this side, we've got a little bit more bigger. Schoolies, big buses, RVs as well. Let's come over here and watch these guys getting lined up. All right, guys, this is one of the latest rows to show up. So check out everybody getting all their gear set up. Hey, how are you doing? Big dog.
So we've got it upside down.
Hello. All right, guys, we just stopped by this van. These guys are getting set up here. I just met Patrick and Jen.
And Jen.
Awesome. Good to meet you guys. First question I had was, is this your first time at Peace Loving Vans?
Yes.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Yep. Not our first band show, but definitely the first time here.
Gotcha. How was the load in, arrival, all that good stuff?
Better than expected. With
Yes.
this many vans.
Very easy. They made it very easy.
Yeah.
Excellent. Where are you guys coming from? How far did you travel?
Oh, about 400 miles. Athens, Georgia.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
No, it wasn't bad at all.
Not at all.
Laid over last night in Ocala so we could get here early, so we could be up front and center because she's got a broke leg.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. I mean, you guys got a really good spot. This is the first row that we went down. We were kind of like touring everything.
Yep.
And no, really good spot.
Yes.
And yeah, what's one thing you're looking forward to at the event?
Tiki bar.
Excellent, excellent. That's a good one.
Meeting new people too.
Right.
I got you.
Yeah,
Cool.
meeting new people, which we have, and it's just it's so cool. So cool.
Met a lot of folks already. Yeah, just got here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The events haven't even started, and
No.
yeah, we got music happening here in just a little bit later tonight.
Cool vans, all kind of different, anything you can think of. There's an ambulance.
And we can.
It's awesome.
I can't wait to see some of the vendors and stuff. Just talk to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, but we get to see some of our YouTubers that we've followed and stuff, and meet them.
Cool, cool. Who's that over there?
Charlie Grace.
Yeah, Charlie Grace is right down there in the Eco.
Mhm.
And this girl, I forgot who she is. She's a YouTuber as well.
Beth.
Cool.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them here.
Awesome.
I think
Well, I'll have to.
I think I saw the Russos earlier come in.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
No, I have to go meet them. But guys, it's so nice meeting you.
All right.
You
Glad
too.
you stopped by.
You
Enjoy the event. And
All
we'll,
right.
we'll see you a little bit later.
For
All
sure.
right.
Right.
Enjoy yourselves. We're getting the stage ready for a 4 p.m. performance by the Moonstone Riders. They're a really fun, groovy 5-piece band. Also, van lifers coming up from Naples. And then tonight at 7 p.m., which is after the free s'mores, we are presenting the Blue Genies here at the main stage. They're a really, really talented David Bowie tribute band. So 2 amazing performances coming up here. In the meantime, enjoy yourself, and if you're missing a dog, we found it for you.
Come on, really?
Yeah, we're the movie, but we're on this side. Yeah.
All right, guys, we're over here, vendor area, and we're gonna be doing a couple of interviews. We'll probably get Nana Vans tomorrow, but I'm just gonna walk around here, show you guys our food vendor. So today we do have other ones that are coming through. Today we've got Biff Jersey Kebabs of Tampa Bay. I do think it's a time for an interview, so we're gonna hop over here to Moxie Vans, see if we can meet up with Justin and do a little walk through of their company and see what they got, see what they brought to the show this year. All right, guys, Moxie Vans. Justin, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. So we're over here at Justin, Moxie Vans, and what did you bring to the show this year?
We brought a Sprinter 170 all-wheel drive 2024
Thank you.
that we are selling. It's kind of not a completely blank canvas, but we have done floors, ceiling, walls, windows, some exterior items, so it's like ready to be built on. It can be built for whatever the customer needs from this point, kind of the hard part's done, or the customer can buy it and kind of, see their own dream, build their own van from that that base.
Heck yeah. So give us a little quick walkthrough tour of the van. And oh, by the way, is this one for sale?
This one is.
Okay.
Yeah. This one's for sale.
Excellent.
It's got a SCA pop top, so it's got a bed above the roof there. And you can see it's got windows, finished walls, ceiling, LED lights. We've got a EcoFlow system that is on display. That is just a display, but it can be used for this van as well. It's got exterior rear door, accessories, steps,
cool, yeah.
suspension.
Let's check that out.
Wheels and tires. Yeah, bike rack, box, spare tire carrier, and platforms.
Heck yeah.
And
dude, I love that seat step. That's nice.
And we're in Chattanooga, Tennessee as our base. So
cool.
We build all different kinds of camper vans and vans. We also brought our employee's van. He has a nice, kind of unusual Nissan NV 4x4 build that's really neat.
Yeah, let's check that out real quick.
Yeah, I'll show you. It's really unusual van. We have some products that we fabricate in-house. And this one, of course, you can see is a full-blown camper van with kitchen galley and upper cabinets and bed platform. It's got quite a really big electrical system, and Starlink and Wi-Fi router. It's a nice ride.
Heck yeah. So yeah, we're gonna do a longer interview later, but what is something you really enjoy about coming out to Peace Loving Vans as a vendor?
Well, our favorite part about it is just the community aspect of it. Just everyone coming here to see how living van life truly is, and all the different aspects of that. And then we always learn neat tricks and stuff that people do to make travel in their vans easier and more fun. So it's really just a good connecting event. I wouldn't call it an expo at all. It's exactly what they say, a gathering, and it's actually our favorite one. So we really love coming.
Well, we're going to check out some more vans, but Justin,
yeah,
thanks so
great
much
to
for a
see you,
little
Nick.
tour, and talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
See ya.
Thank you.
All right, guys, excellent little interview with Justin from Moxie Vans. Next, we're going to check out these guys over here. We've got Marion and we've got Trevor from Livermore Camper Vans. Let's see if they're...
Hey, Nick.
What's going on?
How are you?
Doing good.
Awesome. So glad to see you here today.
Yeah, we're doing a little video to show people, other vendors that are here.
Yeah, show them in the event today.
You guys have all the merch.
Absolutely.
You have like all kinds of stuff.
We're barely into day one and we've already sold almost out of most of our items. Peace Loving Vans is always huge for our outdoor gear. The most popular item that we have back here is going to be the Nomadix towels. They're made from recycled water bottles. They're odorless, they're sand and dog hair resistant, and then they dry in under 20 minutes in the sun. So these are always a huge seller at every show that we go to. And then also we have the Rumple blankets. These are a huge seller.
Oh, I like those.
As you know, the weather right now is being a little iffy, really cold at night and morning. So contrary to being super hot during the day, everyone's been purchasing these because they didn't prepare for the cold weather. It dropped into like the 40s last night. It was freezing. It was 49 and we were so cold.
By the way, I rushed it. Tell us who you guys are and what your company is.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're Livermore Outdoors. You can see all behind me. We are currently showcasing 5 vans here at the Peace Loving Vans event. So this is our shop van right here, this big blue one. It's a Sprinter 170 all-wheel drive. We have
super nice,
suspended, super big wheels and tires on there, as you can see. But we specialize in family-style camper vans. We also do mobile businesses as well. Really, we specialize in off-grid electrical systems. So we're certified through Victron, so we integrate off-grid systems into campers, vans. We've helped people with boats, with homes, all the above. And we have our son here with us for the event today. He loves traveling around with us. But to all the events, we like to bring our clients around with us. So they're here showcasing their vans. So
yeah, that's something cool that you guys do is the clients, the customers actually come with you guys and make up what is pretty much your whole space. I mean, how many, what do you got? 1, 2, 3, 4,
It's at 10. There's 5 that we're looking at, and there's a 6th in the campground. He had a friend come, and he was like, I really want to camp with him. So he's showcasing his van in the campers campground.
Nice.
So not like with the vendors. So total of 6 vans, but that's honestly our favorite part of our company and why we continue to do this is obviously we love building. We love the artistic flair, I guess, into the van world. It's not just cookie cutter anymore. You really can put anything in 80 square feet of a metal box, but the relationships that we've gained with our clients. So we always say, once you're our client, we build your van. After you get the van, you go travel for a month or 2, then we're just friends after that, and we're planning our next trip together, next van shows. So they all come along. We all bring all of our camping gear, set up shop together. They'll help, you know, kind of talk about some of the qualities, but they're really walking testimonials to talk about why they started van life, what inspired them, why they chose us as their builders. So everyone's welcome to step inside all the vans, take tours of them, ask any questions that they have, come around back with any of the products.
Yeah.
And then at night we also bring a huge TV out, 65-inch TV, and then we stream either TV, movies on Saturday nights. We do fight nights, UFC, and everyone will come, sit around the campfire, eat food together, and it's just, that's why we love Peace, Love, and Vans more than anything, is because it's so community-based.
Yeah, that was the question I'd like to ask all the vendors specifically is, what about Peace, Love, and Vans is like your favorite part?
Absolutely, and that's so easy for me to answer. This is easily our favorite event. Mainly my travels now involve going to van shows, and this one really feels like a vacation. It's more than just like an expo. Yes, we're advertising our company and, you know, of course trying to gain clientele, but more than anything, we're immersing ourselves in the van life community and seeing what we need to integrate into our work in order to continue to serve this customer base. So really we're feeding off of this community that is really the backbone of what we're able to do and keeps us going. But Peace, Love, and Vans, again, it's more than an expo because there's so much to do here. There's lots of different food trucks, there's lots of different workshops to take part in. So if you have built your own van, some people will host workshops where you can make things for your van. You can learn about building your own electrical system, tips and tricks for living on the road. And then my favorite personal part is the live music that they do after dark. This year they're actually having a jam band that I saw in Music Festival last year, and it is crazy to see how they've upgraded in just 3 short years. The stage here this year is absolutely insane. So super excited for the music. Food's great. It's super open. Not everyone's just like on top of each other, so it's great to roam around, see everything, but you're still, you know, it's like we're in our own little van village.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks so much for the tour.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. It's so good to see you. Awesome. Have a great time, okay?
Awesome.
See ya.
All right, let's go check out that stage that Marion was talking about. They were doing some sound checks, getting everything ready. By the way, as we make our way into this area, this over here, this tree is a talking tree. They'll actually be doing yoga there, I think Sunday, I believe, is when it's happening. Glazed and Confused, mini donuts, those guys are awesome. Over here, the tent for anybody that's doing presentations will be over there, as well as the main stage, which is what we were talking about music-wise. So these guys are doing their thing, getting ready, and we'll probably showcase that as the next part of this video. So hope you guys enjoy, and here's the next clip. All right, guys, headed on over to the swinging stage. There's some awesome live music here. Everybody's out, lawn chairs. The weather is fantastic. Such a nice day today. All right, guys, come with me. We're gonna check out the Leafy Lounge, where we have some s'mores, graham crackers, just hanging out, fire pit. It's a little after 5:30, and everyone's coming around here. So we're gonna see what the crowd's like, see what people are doing, and get you some footage of the Leafy Lounge.
Welcome to the Leafy Lounge. So, the special s'mores man is speaking. The s'mores is now starting. So, as we come up, I'm just going to give you a stick with a marshmallow. When you're done, pop it, get a napkin, and do your thing. Enjoy!
Can I just have a piece of
Like the shirt.
Oh, thank you.
Get the van and you get a set.
No.
Yeah, but nobody knows.
But when he holds it above it.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, and you want it proud.
This is just fine.
I'm sorry.
All right, looks good. Come by the Leafy Lounge, get some graham crackers and marshmallows. You guys are good. Have a good time. Music kicks off a little bit later this afternoon, so we'll get a little clip of that so you can see what that's like at nighttime. But yeah, everybody's having a great time at Peace Loving Vans. We'll see you guys in the next clip.
She's got a kind of fast reason remember, they always let you down. Yeah, that's for beautiful. She make my beauty too. Don't think of that, oh, somebody save me. Yeah, that's for beautiful. Somebody save me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hold on 1 second. I gotta get a drink. So how we doing out there tonight? Well, this is the first time I've ever played an outside festival. Isn't that funny? In all these years. Yep. All three of them. All right.
All right, guys, that's it for Peace Loving Vans Day 1. Join us tomorrow as we showcase Day 2 with all the vendors, campers, and van lifers that are out here. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. We'll see you in the next one.
Hey there, we're Van Life Outfitters, and we're the nation's most trusted van life experts, providing unmatched customer support. We don't build vans, we help you build yours. Van Life Outfitters is owned and operated by actual van lifers who've been building out and traveling in vans for over 30 years combined. Our mission has always been to empower and educate aspiring van builders on the best methods, systems, processes, and products. Pursuing this mission means providing the industry's best customer and technical support on all the products you buy from our store. Also, we don't try to sell everything. We only sell the best products in each category to help you choose what's best for your build. If we wouldn't install it into our van, it's not in our store. Since 2016, we've been providing free resources such as blog posts, videos, and example wiring diagrams. We also have a free directory full of professional van builders and a calendar of van life events in your area. Basically, we're just a bunch of van nerds who are here to help others build the. Visit vanlifeoutfitters.com to start your van build adventure today.
Live Wildly is all about connecting people to nature. The best way to fall in love with a place is to get out there and experience it for yourself. From paddling, snorkeling, fishing, camping, hiking, biking, hunting, and van lifing, there's a million ways to get out and explore what makes Florida, Florida. In May of 2024, Live Wildly launched the Pledge to Protect Wild Florida. For every person who signs, Live Wildly donates $1 toward conservation. So far, that's over 11,000 people and $11,000 toward making sure all of this sticks around for a while. We partnered with JJ Gray to inspire support for protecting Florida's wild places.
Hey y'all, I'm JJ Gray. Grew up here in Florida, lived here all my life, surfing, hunting, fishing. Thankfully, my grandfather instilled in me a love for this place when I was a young. He used to take me to places he grew up at, way out in the cut. And I think that's what inspired and influenced all the music, is just the natural beauty of growing up here in Florida. More than 1,200 people move here every day. And if we're not careful, we could lose these places that inspire and these places of beauty. That's why I've partnered up with Live Wildly to make sure that the Florida we love and are inspired by is still around for the generations to come. Join me and Live Wildly in doing all we can to protect wild Florida.
So, what can you do to live wildly? The first step is to get out there and experience wild Florida for yourself. Pick a trail, take a trip, and connect with Florida's wild side. Check out livewildly.com to find your next adventure and to join the movement to protect wild Florida.
This is Matt at Mango Vans. I want to show you our latest adventure build series. This is a spec build that we're putting out now, so these are going to be for sale immediately. So if you don't want to wait for your own custom build, we're going to have these out on the showroom floor. We've got one at a time, so this is the latest one that hasn't been picked up yet, and I'm going to show you all the details on that now. Walk you through what we got going on here. You guys call this this is a luxury camper. Up forward, we've got third seat on swivel with another lagoon table, which is great for having a third passenger. And then really cool, the Torva stainless steel sink that totally flips down, making you a lot of extra counter space. Then nice big full shower with bath and toilet. All this is aluminum powder coated cabinetry. And nice stainless steel fridge from Isotherm. Really nice microwave, actually. I think this microwave in here is nicer than the one in my house. We're using this marine quilted vinyl stitch, diamond stitch for the walls and ceiling. Really nice look. It's really just very luxurious feel. It's beautiful stuff. Really nice acrylic windows from Amato. So these have the automatic shade and screen, and they fold out with awning style. And for the bench, we went for the bed split dinette, which personally I really like. And it comes a queen mattress when you want to sleep, but during the day, and also just for using it for storing a bunch of stuff inside. I like having the split functionality. Outside, we've got roof and side ladder, a roof rack and side ladder from Backwoods Adventure Mods. A lot of solar. We've got a 350 watt, 24 volt solar panel up here. The Max Fan, of course, deluxe with the rain shield, and the Houghton low profile air conditioner, which is 110 running off the inverter. Really powerful, really the strongest air conditioner that's going to be in a South Florida type of climate. Then we're going to show you what's outside too. As a dealer for Rocky Mounts bike racks and for Eventon e-bikes, I've tested a lot of the e-bikes that are out there on the market, and Eventon is a really sweet spot for value. Really great quality stuff at what's a fairly affordable price too, as far as the whole industry is concerned. So we'll show you some of that stuff outside, and we'll kind of cruise you around now and see what's going on inside. All right, so we're out back here, and let me show you about, again, why I like that split dinette. We've got a lot of access to get right inside if you're not worried about just jamming this full of storage. And we're gonna talk about the e-bike. So the racks we use, we've been a dealer for Rocky Mounts for many years. Awesome product. These are the best racks in the business. And this is the backstage. It's a swing away. I'm gonna show you how that works right now. And before I forget, here's another cool feature of why these are so designed, again, for incorporating something like an electric bike or a one wheel, is you have your charging station right back here. Flip on your inverter and you're getting yourself fully charged up. So let me show you now how this really works. Simple. If we were to be closing up and hitting the road right now, I'd then be securing the bike and taking it for a ride. So these Eventons, this is their level 2. This is what I guess would kind of be like a commuter. We're including a lot of these now in vans for folks that say it's going to be a lot easier. It's kind of one-stop shopping as you get your van built. Or for this one example, when someone who buys this van, you're going to get the rack and the bike already included. They've also got some really nice folding bikes, lighter weight road bike, and they have an awesome new mountain bike, the Rhombus. So go check out what Eventon has. We carry all of these. Whatever's not in stock, we can get it pretty soon. And get it with your Rocky Mounts rack too. So everything you need right here. All right, that's it for us. Thanks for checking out this latest van that's for sale. And you know our contact info is down below. Give us a call, website contact form, email, socials. Questions or comments about this rig, just ask us down in the comments. And if you want a Mango magnet, give us a call, send an email. We'll get one in the mail to you. All right, thanks for watching. See you later.
Hey guys, welcome in to Freedom Van Gogh. Welcome to Freedom Van Gogh, our home in sunny Jacksonville, Florida. We are without a doubt one of the nation's largest van builders who concentrate on upfitting your Sprinter, your Transit, Class B RVs, some Class C RVs, as well as helping you get all the parts and pieces that you need. If you're looking to get something done, you can reach out to us at freedomvango.com/contact. That's going to be the easiest way to get into the system. We use all of the best products in the industry, from Switch Pros, Rome Built, Owl Vans, Van Compass, everything that we have personally tested while we're out on the road, while we're off-road, using the stuff. That way we can be educated when we talk to you guys and girls about what we recommend and why we recommend it and how to use it. Now, whether you're going from a simple build where you're just going to throw a bed in the back and put a Dometic fridge and maybe an EcoFlow power kit, all the way up to full Victron power systems, Adventure Wagon interior kits, AMF run smart floors, flare space flares, all that stuff, we can do it. We were the first Adventure Wagon installer on the East Coast, as well as flare space and AMF runs. About 7 or 8 years ago, we actually got that. So we've been doing this for a long time. We've got a lot of experience. Recently, in the last couple years, we've concentrated a lot on the RV industry, the Class Bs and the small Class Cs. While you're here getting your van worked on, you can hang out in our waiting area or peruse our showroom. We have all the stuff that we love to use that we've actually put into motion We can actually tell you why and how it works. We do sell a lot of stuff from a lot of people, but we don't sell everything from everyone because we want to make sure we can stand behind everything that we sell or put on your van. If you're a van builder, we have a wholesale program that will allow you to get all the parts and pieces that you need in order to build vans for your customers and make it a lot easier to do a one-stop shop. By all means, come down to Jacksonville, Florida, Frida Van Gogh, your East Coast source for everything van related, as well as off-road and really just adventure. We look forward to seeing you guys come by and hang out, and thanks for letting us help you upgrade your adventure.
My name is Sasha and my company is called La Volta. I'm based in the Netherlands and I work mostly on small off-grid electric systems, mostly in campers and sometimes boats. I started my company officially 1.5 years ago. I saw a picture of someone, she posted a picture of her system in her camper that was installed by the car garage, and she was looking for someone to have a look at it because she was not sure if it was done correctly. Yeah, and it was a big mess and she happened to live very nearby, so she asked me to help to improve her system. And yeah, then I realized that I actually really liked to work with electrics, so 1 year later I started my own business. I really enjoy to install electrics, but I also have to do bookkeeping and updating my stocks and a lot of communication with the clients. So that's why I decided to collaborate with the camper builder. So I work 2 days a week at a camper builder, which I really enjoy. It's a really nice team. And the rest of the days I can spend on my own jobs. And my own jobs, they are a little bit more variety in the kind of systems that I install. Most of the people that ask me for help are people that are building their own camper van. So they're looking for help to design a system that suits what they want and also to install it. I really enjoy to teach people new skills, and some of my customers already have quite a lot of experience in building or technical background, and for some people it's the first time they hold an electric drill, but in either case they learn something during the day. They know how their system is installed, where all the cables go, and also they can decide where they want to have their USB outlets or their lights, for example. When a client comes to me for help, I usually send them a questionnaire, first to get an idea of how they want to use their van. Some people, they want to have it as a stationary base and want to stay for a long time off-grid. Some people only use it to go away for the weekend to a campsite, for example. And then second, I'm asking what do they want in their system. So do they want solar panels? Do they want, what kind of battery do they want? And so on. If they already know it, and if not, I can give them advice on it. And also how they will use the electricity. So if they want to, some people only want to charge a phone, have some lights and maybe a fridge. And some people want to cook on induction and have an electric kettle. Usually, because the installation of electrics is a little bit in between the building process, because you want your cables to go behind the walls and the ceiling. So often we make one appointment to pull the cables and install the base of the system. And then sometimes people install the lights and so on themselves, and some people, they make a second appointment to finish the system. I decided to work mostly with Victron products because of the quality and the durability. Yeah, it's reliable equipment. Actually, I often also see Victron appliances that were in a camper already and they have been there for 10 or 20 years and they still work fine. So I think that's a big benefit of using Victron. And I think also Victron has a few features that are very beneficial. So for example, the solar charge controllers, in the Victron Connect app, you can see the history of the solar panels, and I oftentimes use this for problem solving. So if a client comes to me with a problem in their system, I first ask if they have a Victron solar charge controller and if they can send me a screenshot of the history. And this is really useful information for me to see how the system is doing and what is happening. So sometimes I can already find a problem in there in this kind of information. I also often use the remote switching. I think this is something that Victron has and I don't see in a lot of other brands. It's a small feature and it sounds very simple, but with the remote switching, for example, in smaller systems, I use the remote switching of a battery protect to switch a system on and off. Well, I really want to really enjoy this work, so I think in 5 years' time I will still be doing this work. Me and my partner are planning to move to Spain, where you have more off-grid houses. So I am planning to learn more about larger off-grid systems. But I really enjoy the work, so I think I'll still be doing this in 5 years' time. My tip for other Victron installers is to keep learning. So Victron has online a lot of resources to learn about all the different products and system design, and you can also learn a lot from other installers, how other people install a system and how they do it. And also, actually, I learned a lot from people having problems. So I can identify the most common problems and also what people are asking for. So so my advice is to keep learning and keep your knowledge updated.
Hi there guys, Justin with Moxie Van Co. I'm going to show you guys one of our latest builds that we're just now completing. It's a 2024 Mercedes Sprinter all-wheel drive. So at Moxie we do custom builds, and we also have some spec builds. So we kind of do it all. We do a lot of service work, add-ons, window installations, any kind of installation, repair work for electrical system, repair work for just about anything. This here is one of our full custom builds that we've done. Here in the entry door, this is our kitchen galley that's right here. We have a Isotherm 85 fridge. You can get these at Van Life Outfitters. All the cabinetry in this is Baltic birch. We have a really high-grade laminate that's on this Baltic birch. It's a thicker laminate, so it's a little bit more durable. On the seat here, this is a Broad Arrow Components bifold two-person bench seat. The seat base is a Limitless Van swivel seat base, so this two-person bench seat swivels forward, so they're forward-facing when you have two passengers here in the back, and you can swivel it to the side when you're at your campsite and want to hang out, which we really enjoy because that opens up this walkway between the kitchen galley and the bench seat. We do have a Sprinter Lagoon table mount. We have a Webasto Evo 40 heater under the passenger seat. This wall here, we have a Broad Arrow Components window that has the built-in screens and blinds, an awning style window. Reading light over here has built-in USBs in the bottom. The upper cabinets, we have a microwave, under cabinet lighting. You can see we have Blum hardware on these cabinets, push button locks, so they stay nice and shut and tight. Actually, show you guys this. This is a Go Code Overland Sprinter B pillar replacement blobs they have. This is their the speaker system ones that we added some Memphis car audio speakers to it. We have them in the rear doors as well. These are Bluetooth, so we have a driver in the electrical box, so you can Bluetooth your music when you're camping out from your phone. It does not pull from the van battery. We put the fabric on them. They come just as ABS plastic, and you can choose to cover them or not. We usually cover them
with a fabric. In this case, we use this gray stretchy fabric that we use. I can show you guys our ceiling. This is all maple hardwood ceiling that we've added to this fan. And then over here we have our power system, the GH Touch 70 screen from Victron Energy, and our Webasto Evo 40 digital thermostat here up above it. We have our lighting that's on dimmer switches here. This is an exterior light that illuminates when you turn it on. And these are under cabinet lighting and main lighting that's on the dimmer switches. Back to the kitchen galley, we have a Rivati sink on this side and an induction cooktop on this side. And just some power system stuff on the front. The 110 outlets with GFCI and USB and 12 volt outlets on the front of this kitchen galley. Water pump switches and water heater switch as well. This is another Tectonic Overland, our component company bed system. This is a bed platform that we use for the Transits and for the Sprinters. This is an all aluminum, laser cut, powder coated, super lightweight, but also really sturdy the way it's designed. We have a 2-panel and a 3-panel. So depending on the bed setup, whether you're sleeping side to side or lengthwise in the van, this is a side to side because we have van speed capsules that allow the sleeping side to side. We do not have the mattress in this van, so you can actually see the bed platform itself, but we have a custom mattress made for this as well. And yeah, it's a great lightweight bed system. And in this case, it is attached to the Baltic birch cabinetry below, which we'll show you from the back here in a minute. And this is just a floor-to-ceiling cabinet. In this setup, it kind of has to stay slender, but it still can hold a lot. And we have a drawer here. All our drawers are on soft close hinges. Push button. And below here, we don't have the toilet in there, but there's actually a dry flush toilet that goes in that compartment down there. Up here is the 12 volt air conditioner, so it runs off the DC power, the batteries. This is the Vellet brand of air conditioner. So great air conditioner for this fan, which we'll show you the power system in a minute for this. So we'll start with the electrical side. Again, we have some power outlet features, the 110 volt USB and 12 volt accessory outlets here. This is for a garage light that we have yet to install. This fan's not 100% finished and ready to go to the customer yet. This button is for the Memphis car audio system to shut it off and on. So we have the doors off here to show you this system. This is the Victron Energy System, which you can purchase from Van Life Outfitters. They sell all these products. We start from 200 amp hour lithium battery, and we can build it up, from there. It's still utilizing all the same components, how we have it linked together. And, in this case, kind of walk you guys through it. We have a 50 amp Orion DC to DC charger, smart solar charge controller for the solar. This fan has 600 amp hours of Victron Energy batteries. Servo GX, which is kind of the brains of the system that links to the touchscreen and links everything together. This is the Memphis car audio system here. That's the Bluetooth to your phone. The Victron MultiPlus 3000 inverter charger, some breakers, fuse block, and all the workings. This fan does not have the secondary alternator set up. The customer didn't want to go that route, but it can be added. So they may come back to us and want that. It has the 12 volt air conditioner, so if they want that fast charging for when the van is on, that is a very great addition for a system like this. This side, it's not finished, but I can open it up for you guys. Out here we have an Accor. This is actually the water fill. It has a quick twist lock, and you can fill the tank there. This is actually a shower attachment, so it twists in there, and that's also your mixing valve for the hot and cold water. And that's just a water pump switch. This cabinet, you can kind of see the workings of it. starting. We have not finished it. The water heater has yet to be added. The water tank is in there, and some of the early plumbing lines and water pump. We still have some ways to go on this one before we're ready to deliver it to the customer. In this case, this is actually getting a 12-volt Whale 3-gallon water heater. There's also the Isotemp brand that we use. And just depending, we have another van we're working on right now that has a Rixson system that we're putting in. That customer takes a lot of showers and they need on-demand hot water in it. Takes up more space. But there's different water systems that we do. Because we're custom, in our custom builds, we have to we like to talk with the customer and see how they're going to use their van, and then we can kind of determine space and what components we can fit in that setup.
Hey there, my name is Zach, and I'm a van lifer. I'm thrilled to introduce a brand new nonprofit organization for van lifers, by van lifers, called Together We Van. Our mission is to support, educate, inspire, build community, and promote safety for those who live in or travel in camper vans, RVs, and other nomadic means through a wide variety of resources, support programs, training, and community events, as well as to advocate for this community at the local, state, and national level. Since we're brand new, we would love to get your thoughts on what our work should focus on. Please take a few moments to share your ideas at togetherwevan.org/survey. As van life becomes increasingly popular, we're all facing increasing challenges, finding suitable overnight camping, and making sure that we're good neighbors in the communities in which we're nomading. We'd like to see public spaces be public again. It seems to us that there is a lot of unnecessary fear of van lifers that results in prejudices, including those related to where we can camp. We believe if people understood who we are as humans, our stories, our diversity, this would be erased and would be beneficial to everyone. Another idea that we have is to educate the nomadic community on their legal rights dwelling in mobile homes. Law enforcement often abuses their authority to intimidate our community with vague and misleading statements that can misrepresent the actual law. Knowing your rights empowers you against these abuses and reinforces those rights. In addition, local laws vary wildly between locations, and we would like to create an easy-to-use resource library of reliable legal information on nomadic living. We also hope to create a legal defense team to represent members of our community when necessary. Ultimately, we hope to mobilize our van life community to help make this stuff happen while behaving in a way that shows, that really demonstrates that we're not scary at all. I would encourage you to check out our initial website at togetherwevan.org, and feel free to reach out to us through the site if you'd like to get involved. Together, we van.
Introduction. 1 minute countdown.
You also should include, though, if anyone doesn't have a van at all.
Yep. I will. Yep.
Good song, though.
Yep.
Yay!
Let's see.
Thank you very much. My name's John Taylor. I'm on all streaming platforms. My rookies out. If you'd like to take a look, this is Mr. Ray Felix on the drums. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, you ready?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Is this loud enough? Everybody hear me? We good? All right. You good? Good back there? All right. Well, for anybody that doesn't know us, my name is Neil, and this is my wife, Brittany. We have been on the road now. A little louder? Okay. So my name is Neil. This is my wife, Brittany. We have been on the road now for a good while. It's actually been just shy of 7 years, about 4.5 in our van. So it's been quite the adventure. And we just kind of wanted to start this talk off with just getting a show of hands. We're gonna see who here doesn't have a van or an RV and hasn't gone on the journey yet. All right, right there, we got a few. Okay, so what we're gonna do, let's go bring a couple of those over to them. So that's a little gift from Nuvo Vans over there.
Couple of those. Thank you.
Hoping that gets you a step closer to put your keys on there of your van. All right, so who else has only been in their van for 6 months or less? Okay, so we got a fair amount that are pretty new. Anybody that is 6 months to a year, raise your hand. All right, and now a year to 2 years. Okay, we got a pretty good amount there. And now let's go for the 5-year mark. Do we got anybody 5 years?
Oh, all right.
Okay, okay. How about 6? 5.5. 5.5 years? Right there. Well, Tracy, you are the lucky winner. Wait, we got somebody behind you. We got to narrow this down then. Let's see. He's at 8?
Oh,
that's the winner then.
Yep, that's it.
There you go. That's a little swag bag from Nuvo. Just want to say thanks for everybody coming out before we get into the actual finance talk.
Afterwards.
So now I'm going to hand the mic over to Brittany, where she's going to take off the start of this talk. We use a lot of different methods when we're on the road to save money. Apps, of course. There's lots of apps. We'll get into those. But Brittany's going to start with some unique ways that we save money, and we're talking serious amounts of money.
Testing. Oh man, this is a hard thing to do here. Okay, so this is something that I'm really passionate about being on the road. Some people might call me the passenger princess here, but I'm in the passenger seat. And one of those is finding out how to make money and then how to save money too. So I'm the saver. I love to save every penny, every dollar that we can. So there are a lot of different ways that we do that. So who here is really liking those prices of gas right now? We don't like it too much. So one of the apps that we use, it's called Upside. Has anybody ever heard of Upside? All right, so if you're paying still on the pump, it's just a link to your credit card. You press a couple of buttons to claim the savings. It can be anywhere from 1 cent. I've had up to 22 cents a gallon. Extra savings that are going back into your pocket, and it's completely free to use. So that is one thing I tell everybody on the road to start using. So if you haven't, you got to check it out. And they're adding also restaurants on there as well, so you can save money back on restaurants. And you can even save money back in the gas stations as well. So I can tell you from our experience, we've gotten over $160 back just using this on the road, just right back into our bank account, and we're already up to another $35 just using that. So just taking an extra 30 seconds, and we will go out of our way to go to these gas stations to save an extra 11 cents, 5 cents, whatever it is. So that is one app that I highly recommend that everyone uses. Upside, yes, UPSIDE, Upside.
All right, and well, everybody here probably has struggled occasionally with the price of a campground in a pinch if you couldn't get to some public land, especially on the East Coast. So there's a few programs which a lot of people are probably familiar with. You have Harvest Host, of course, and if you're new to the van game or the RV world, it's an exceptional place to be able to stay at a unique stay for overnight. You may save money, but it depends. You're expected to spend $30. We end up usually spending about 100, so it costs us what we would at a campground. But we're supporting a local business and we're getting a meal out of it or drinks, that type of thing. So that's a good way just to save a little bit of money if you want, if you plan it right, or just get a unique experience and find a good place to stay on the road that's safe, where you don't have to go pay $120, $150 for a KOA if you're in a pinch. They can be expensive. And of course, everybody knows about Cracker Barrel, things like that to save money on the road. It's getting a little harder, especially in places like Florida, though. So that's where these programs like Harvest Host are going to be important, because I think it was like 3 counties in Florida this year banned any van stays. So it's just getting more difficult everywhere we've gone, especially on the East Coast. The East Coast is just not as van friendly, so it can be a little bit hard to save money. You need louder back there? Okay. Okay. So that's an easy way to save money on the road, just using free places like that. But there's apps like iOverlander, for example. If you're not familiar, definitely download it. I prefer the first one, not iOverlander 2. So we'll see if it stays around or not. But that is a very convenient way to save a quick $50 to $100 if you didn't need, don't need a campground, that type of thing. We very rarely stay at campgrounds unless she's on a travel nurse contract. So we're always looking for a free place to stay or very affordable. And just places like iOverlander, very convenient. Harvest Host, of course, where we do have to spend a little bit of money, but for us it's worth it. We'd rather support a local business. So that's a way just for your stays to save money. And there are a lot of other programs, but that's just probably the most popular program and then the most popular app for actually finding a free place to stay.
All right, and also, when it comes to gas, if you've gone to a Love's, if you've gone to a Pilot, they also have apps for free that you download, and most of the time, Love's lately has been doing 10 cents back per gallon, and Pilot usually does 3 to 5 cents, it depends. So another way to save on gas. Now another big expense, food. So we all know the grocery store is expensive, but of course, when you can make sandwiches every day and do all of that, you can save money doing it that way. But I also want to point out, we all love to stop and get some fast food or get something delicious when we're traveling. So almost all of these chains, they all have apps. And if you download a lot of these apps, you're going to save money automatically. Instead of just stopping and going in and ordering your food, if you just take 2 seconds, you download an app, you can save 25%, 50%. Sometimes they'll even give you free food just for downloading it. So even if I'm probably going to stop at one spot and I might not ever go there again, he has to wait 10 minutes because I am downloading that app to see if I can save us any money before we go in there and get our lunch. So, I know, he gets real happy about that sometimes.
Yeah.
He might get a little hangry. Oh man, I love it though.
You want to talk about Expensify?
Ooh, this one's for you.
Yeah. And so when we're on the road, most people probably have a set budget and you're kind of keeping track of it, or if you're just going free range and just spending money, that's awesome. More power to you. But there's apps out there like Expensify, for example. You have free apps like that you can keep track of all your expenses. It'll put them into categories, so you'll be able to not only track your gas, your food, of course, say you bought a built out van, maybe you got a payment on that, things like that. You can keep everything in order. And that right there will gauge what you need to put aside for this next topic that we're going to go into. It's because, unfortunately, van life is kind of glorified on YouTube. It's Instagram, stuff like that. it's not all sunshine and rainbows. You got breakdowns that can happen, you know, flat tires on the road, things like that. So by using an app like Expensify, it allows us to see what we're spending each month, and then we can kind of look at that and say, okay, this is how much money we need to have saved in case we run into an emergency. And for us, it goes back to that old 3 month, have 3 months of your bills set aside. And that sounds hard to do, but in van life, if you're going, especially full time, you can reduce your expenses down tremendously, especially if you're going to build your own van out or buy a used older RV or van. You can easily save a ton of money, put that 3 months aside, and then start saving towards other goals or future travels. And we've used that a ton to use international travel. We like to do 1 or 2 trips a year, get out of the van, change things up. And that right there has allowed us to put the money aside and save while living on the road, and for us at least, living our dream, getting to see everything while we're, you know, definitely younger compared to the average crowd that can afford to do this. But we've just managed by strictly looking at the budget, making sure we have enough money saved, and then the money after that we can put towards other goals or other trips. And especially like Brittany referenced, gas prices right now. We just came from Washington State about 2 months ago. We drove down, and it cost us an insane amount of money to do that. But the whole time, we were putting a budget aside for gas. So that right there makes it easy. But it's just, you need to pay attention. If you're really trying to lower your expenses, pay attention to it and make sure you have that money set aside, because we've had tire blowouts on the road. I always carry a kit, so I fixed it myself, thankfully. But that could have turned into something worse if we didn't put money aside or put money into a program like we ourselves through Progressive Insurance. We have roadside that we pay for. We pay the little bit of extra. It makes sense for us just in case, but you got, you know, AAA, things like that. But those are things you got to budget for. You really got to be strict to it if you want to put money aside, and then in 6 months be able to kind of live more free because you got that safety net. That's at least how we live, and we found it to be very beneficial. And we've been on the road, honestly, never really stressing about money because we're doing this way. So you need to figure out the basis. There you go.
So we're talking about how we budget and a little bit about how we save money, but a lot of people want to know how we actually make money while we're traveling on the road. So I am actually a traveling nurse, so that is the main thing that affords us to be able to live full time on the road. So we've been doing this since August of 2018, and so a lot of people don't understand how travel nursing works. So just a little basis on that is I work for travel nurse agencies. So I go online, I look at different contracts. They're in different states. They're all over the US. I can pretty much work anywhere I would like. I work in labor and delivery. And so I can go on, I can choose a job, I submit to it. They're anywhere from 4 weeks all the way up to 26 weeks. Most commonly, I work 13-week contracts, and so they put my application in. The hospital will call me for an interview, and if I like what they have to say and they like what I have to say, then I accept, and we get to go on the road to that city where I will work for 13 weeks. So that's a pretty big thing, because travel nurses are known to make a little bit more money than staff nurses do. The reason being, we get a tax-free stipend every week. So that is tax-free money that goes through our housing and our meals and everything else that we need to expense for while we're on the road. So that's our main source of income that drives what we do full time. But we have many other money revenues that we use that some of you guys can actually utilize too. And Neil's going to talk about this.
So some of you know that we have a YouTube channel. That brings in a little bit of money, and anybody can do that. It is a lot of work, to be honest, and it's not a lot of money for what you're doing. So I don't know if I recommend it, but it's a possibility. But when you're on the road, you start thinking, what can I do? And that's where I was at the first year we were on the road. I gave up my corporate career because she wanted to travel nurse, and I mean, I'm not going to say no to seeing the country, so of course we did it. But for me, I actually deep dived, and I actually started doing Fulfilled by Amazon. I was actually selling items on Amazon, and anybody can do it. It's pretty easy. And wherever I was going around to Walmarts, dollar stores, things like that, and I was finding toys, like children's toys. You got an app, you scan it, see what it's selling for on Amazon. It tells you what your fees are going to be to pay to Amazon, and see if it's worth it. And then I would box up like 100 action figures, send it to Amazon, and they sell it. That's it. And it's just essentially, you got to do the work to get the items, but then it's just passive. And even to this day, I still have items that I sent in and they're selling. So it's just, and I haven't been doing FBA for about 2 years. So, you know, it's kind of a cool passive income at this point for what I have for remaining stock. But anybody can do that. All you need to do is grab you got a cell phone, that makes the job easy, and download the apps, and then just go around and find deals on whatever you can. Doesn't matter what it is. I think I sold hammocks at one point on there and made a huge profit. So it's possible. So that's one way anybody can earn a little bit of extra money. That's fairly easy once you get into the hang of it, and I recommend looking into it. Right here. Yep. Yeah, as they sell, I'll make profit off each item. So for example, I'll give you a really good one. There was these foot-tall action figures of Captain America. They were hot. Everybody was buying them, and they were selling for $46 on Amazon. I went to every Walmart within 4 hours of where we were, bought every single one because they were $9. My fee was $4 and some change. So think about the profit I made on that. I ended up selling over 1,000 of those. So that's just an example. I got lucky. You know, you get lucky and you find a gem like that. But that's a prime example of an easy way to make a little bit or a lot of extra money on the road. And you could get crazy with it. I know people that pull a trailer behind their van and they do it. And they're making $10,000, $20,000 a month. So it's possible. You could really turn it into a lucrative business. But it's an easy way to make side money just to pay for gas, food, and your ventures. So that's probably one of the easiest ins to making money on the road, in my opinion. And then, of course, you have Etsy, things like that, where you can make things if you're talented enough. I don't think I am in that sense, but to sell anything on there. But I'm sure there's plenty of people here that are selling on Etsy, and you can make extra money, you know, just doing that. And then, of course, we're here at Peace, Love, and Vans. You got vendors here. Obviously, some of these people are pretty big companies, but you can go to events that are smaller than this, where they actually don't charge you to set up, or you can come to events like this if you grow your business, and you can make a living just living on the road, going to events. We've met tons of people that do that. These guys right here, this food truck, obviously they're a food truck and they make money elsewhere, but they're at every single event that we go to. It's things like that. You can be creative if you want to travel events. There's a tattoo artist that we've met on the road. She has a tattoo studio built out in a Class C RV, and she goes to events and tattoos. I mean, it's pretty creative what you can do on the road if you just sit there, evaluate what everybody around you wants or needs, and you could be the person to fulfill that. So it's just a few little things like that that we've done on the road. Besides, I haven't done Etsy, of course. I'm not skilled enough for that. But FBA, that's the easiest. You know, Fulfilled by Amazon. Recommend looking into it. But Etsy, if you're talented, of course, which I know everybody here is probably familiar with that. But like I said, we met people that make a living doing that on the road, living their dream. And hey, what's better than that? All right. You need your little thing here? Or you want me to speak still?
Talk about Amazon if
Yeah. Okay. All right. So speaking of Amazon, if anybody here, even if you have friends, family that you just communicate with on Facebook, you know, you stay in touch, you can make money. You can be an Amazon affiliate. So you'll probably see, if you go on Facebook, people will make pages where they post like Amazon deals. That's because they're Amazon affiliates. So they're making a little commission from Amazon for Amazon just selling the product, but you being the middle person that shared a link. That's it. So for us, we have a YouTube channel. We have an Amazon storefront because we've shared a lot of Amazon links and people have purchased a lot. I mean, we're pretty open about our finances here with Amazon. I think we've done, I don't know, extra $500-600 a year just from Amazon, just for doing nothing but sharing items that we enjoy, we like, and you don't need to have a YouTube channel to do that. You could share things in your story on Instagram. You know, you could obviously share things on Facebook with family and friends. That's what we do around the holidays. We'll share links with some things, and family and friends know that we're Amazon affiliates. So they'll just click through a link and then it tracks in their cookies for 30 days. So anything they purchase, you get commission from. So that's a really easy way for anybody to make a little bit of extra money. You just sign up as an Amazon affiliate, and if you purchase anything from Amazon, just share it with friends and family, people you meet, and if they're interested, say, hey, you know, you purchase through the link, I get a little bit of money. It's not much to write home about, you know, 5-10 cents, but it adds up. So that's an easy way with Amazon where you don't even have to worry about going and buying products and doing that. You can just make money sharing what you've purchased for yourself and that you use and that, you know, you actually believe in. And there you go.
So, getting back a little more into how we save money on the road. I take full credit for this one because Neil has nothing to do with this, but I do have to put in a little disclaimer. I am not giving you financial advice. This is just tips. So if you do anything with what I'm about to say, I am not guilty for anything that happens. So, credit cards and their rewards programs, they are a big deal when it comes to saving money. And I have to say, this is kind of like an onion. This all goes in layers. So I could talk about this all day, but I'm going to just go into the basics a little bit when it comes to this. So we were just talking about Amazon, and Amazon has their own credit card that you can get, and it has no annual fee. And every purchase that you make on Amazon, because I can probably say all of you have probably made a purchase from Amazon.com, you get 5% cash back. So I can tell you that we have gotten a lot of money back. Probably, I think last year it told us we got $500 just from, unfortunately, all of the money that we have spent on Amazon. Very, very guilty of that. So, when it comes to their rewards programs, that's just one portion of them. That credit card also gives you 2% cash back on gas, on restaurant purchases, and 1% cash back on just any of your other general purchases. So all of this comes back into your pocket from using that card when you're traveling. So there's a lot of cards out there, and that's just one example, and they go from having no annual fee to having crazy annual fees. But the higher the tiers go, the more benefits you get out of these cards. And I can tell you that our credit cards pay for our Netflix, our Hulu, all of our streaming services. We don't actually pay for them per se, but we are paying an annual fee still. But that's why I said all of this goes into layers. So if you have certain cards, they're going to do certain benefits for you. Talking about those top tier cards, one of them, some of you might know as the American Express Platinum card. Now this has a crazy annual fee. It's $695, so that is very steep. So if you are not using the benefits of these cards, then it is not worthwhile for you to get certain cards like this. But because of that card, for example, we get to have a Walmart Plus membership for free. Now, a lot of us probably shop at Walmart too when we're on the road, especially if you might end up spending the night in one of their parking lots. That's kind of a last resort, but it does happen. So, because we pay that annual fee, we get that membership, And like I said, layers. Having the Walmart Plus membership then lets us have, for example, Paramount Plus for free. So it's all in layers. So if you can just deep dive and look into these cards, look into their benefits, and look into the ones that fit your lifestyle, there is a lot of things that these cards pay for. There is a lot of money that is going to be going back into your pocket. And I can tell you that I have saved us thousands of dollars just using credit cards. But like I said, this is not financial advice. So if you're going to do this, you have to be responsible. That's what's important when it comes to this. And another thing with credit cards, we all travel. Some of us go on airplanes. Some of us stay in hotels. There's lots of different things that we do because everybody travels a little bit differently. So another benefit of a lot of these credit cards is you're getting miles or you're getting points. And all of these add up. And what you can use them for example, we went on a trip to Mexico last September and we didn't pay a dime out of our pocket because I used points to pay for our airline tickets. So like I said, layers. You can use these cards. It adds up your points. And then on a lot of these cards, you can choose how you want to use them. You can just put it towards your statement to help pay it off. You can use it to go on an airplane. You can use it to stay in a hotel. There are so many versatile ways that you can use these things. So when I tell you that we really maximize this, we really do, because if I pulled out my wallet, we have a lot of different cards. So you have to get started in the game
All cards.
and then keep track of a lot of different layers, as I just said. I can talk to anybody about this in person, but there's so many layers. But just starting to look into things like this and what might work for you. As people know, airlines specifically have credit cards. Amazon has credit cards. Any stores you basically go to, they tend to have their own branded credit cards now. But there's a lot of ones out there that are specifically made for traveling. And if you can save money just by doing your normal purchases, who wouldn't want to do that? That's a great thing. Now, cash can be good too, though, because as we all know, sometimes you go to a gas station, you use cash, you automatically save an extra 10 cents. So there's a lot of people I know out there that don't even have any credit cards at all. So they just use cash or they use a debit card, for example. So there are still ways that you can save money with those too. There's even restaurants, you pay with cash, you get to save money. Restaurants, gas, there are so many versatile ways to just save. It might just be pennies, but it all adds up over time. And I think all of us just love to save money. We don't want to spend all of it.
And I want to add something. We haven't paid for a flight in like 5 years because of this. So it's, like she said, it's layers and you got to deep dive and do your own research. We're more than willing to sit down with people at any time and talk one-on-one and actually kind of go into specifics. Can't do that here, but it's definitely a way that we have probably at this point saved $10,000 to $20,000 in the last 4 years or so. So it's pretty incredible. But we don't want to hold up too much more time. We just wanted to give you kind of a brief way of some options that are out there to make money or to save money that maybe you haven't heard of, or you have, but you just didn't know anybody that's done it. So like I said, we're available afterwards if you have any specific questions that you want to ask us, because this stuff does go pretty deep on a lot of these things. So it's not something we can really cover to a group, and a lot of situations are individual. But at the end of the day, just make sure that you're budgeting, you're using as many apps to save and get free money back. And then of course, look into possibly any credit card reward programs that fit your lifestyle, because she could go on for probably 4 hours about the luxury hotel stays we've gotten for free, etc. from credit cards, or them in Vegas, for example, where Nuvo's located. we go there. If we drop the van off to them, for example, to use it for like save some more money, and then of course spend more money or spend less money on the road, maybe more money if you're like, yeah, Brittany's got to keep me in control because I like toys so and accessories, but hence a lot of Amazon reward money from our purchases. But like I said, come up if you have any questions afterwards. We'll answer anything specifically. We can deep dive with you on an individual level. And there are more ways that we make money on the road that we just honestly don't have time to go into. So we can share those with you individual.
People can ask questions now. Right?
Yeah. Does anybody have like any open general questions? Yeah, so that's actually a really good question. She was wondering, since we play the credit card reward game and we use that to our advantage, we have 10, 12 credit cards that we bounce between. What about getting hacked into, etc.? So we actually have used a program called Aura. It's an app program that protects your identity, things like that. It monitors your cards, etc., lets you know if anything has been hacked into, anybody's used your cards, etc. online. So that's really good. As well as a lot of the cards that we have actually have their own protection departments that notify us immediately if there's any charge on a card, and we'll see it obviously within a minute, and then we can just freeze the card via text. So easy things like that, but we use a program called Aura that monitors everything, including our bank accounts, and checks to see if anybody's selling our information online, our private information, whether it's like I had my social security number leaked once from a bank, for example. I would have been notified. I didn't know until 6 months later. So, great question. Anybody else? All right, well, thank you guys for coming over and checking this out. We appreciate it, and have fun the rest of the weekend.
Hey van friends, this is Mike coming to you live from the Withlacoochee River Park in Dade City, Florida at the Peace Lovin' Vans Festival. What exactly is the Peace Lovin' Vans Festival? Well, it's a gathering of over 500 van enthusiasts that are coming together to form community, to meet one another, to learn about van life and explore what it means to own a van, live in a van, travel in a van, and hang out with good people in vans. This is our third year of offering the Peace Lovin' Vans Festival, and new this year is we're actually going to sort of do our best to document the festival by live streaming our workshops, by live streaming some of the other events that are going on, introducing you to different exhibitors, vendors, sponsors, as well as folks that are attending the festival. And again, we'll be walking around with our camera today. You'll see what this deliberately formed utopian van village is all about. So we're psyched to be able to bring this to you. Once again, you're coming live from Peace Lovin' Vans. Yeah, so I want to give a big thanks and big shout out to Project Van Life as our primary streaming partner, as well as our main sponsor, Live Wildly.
All right, good morning everyone. Welcome to Peace Lovin' Vans 2025. We've got a whole lineup in the parking lot out here. So we're gonna hop in the golf cart with Jason. And yeah, let's see everyone that's made their way here. Excited to get into the venue. It's a little after 10 o'clock. Official opening is 11 a.m. And everyone's excited to get this started. So we're gonna go ahead and take a little golf cart ride and see what it's all about. Hey guys, I'm just editing this video and realized that I didn't introduce myself. My name is Nick Eilerman. I'm a YouTuber and custom van builder with Odyssey Custom Vans. Van Builder HQ is my YouTube channel if you guys want some helpful DIY van building tips, so go on and hop over there. But yeah, this is day one of Peace, Love, and Vans. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the video. All right guys, as we're passing this field right here, this is gonna fill up with over 300 vans. Probably more than that, right? And 500 this year? Wow, a ton of vans. So right here you guys see completely empty, except for us exhibitors. And when we round this corner right here, we're gonna see that it's about to get exciting. So right here we're passing the check-in. This is where all the line of vans are going to be checking in to the event. Everyone's eager. People are getting here very, very early. What's the earliest that you saw people get in here to park?
Yeah, 8 a.m.
8 a.m.?
Oh, yeah.
Heck yeah. So we're gonna go down to the park entrance, loop around, just so you guys can see how many vans we got coming through. All right guys, we're circling back to the venue. We're gonna go through and check out the sponsors, do a little tour of the venue before everyone gets inside, and then we'll come back here and see how everyone parks, gets in their lanes and rows, and gets set up for Peace, Love, and Vans 2025. Good. All right, guys, we have made it to the vendor area. I'm gonna take a quick little walk through. Yeah, we'll be doing a couple interviews with sponsors. We'll talk to them about their van builds, what they brought out here to the event a little bit later in the video, as well as talking to some campers that are coming out and what they're enjoying about the event. All right guys, we're leaving the vendor area and we are hopping on over to the lineup for the first vans that are coming in. Passing the Leafy Lounge. Nice fire pit over there for later in the night. Got some people setting up here already.
Guys, you're gonna have to hold off for a second. People are gonna be driving up here.
All right guys, we have some more vans coming in and this is pretty much the layout here. So over here we were with the vendor area. We got the sound stage over there. And then each one of these are lanes. So all the way down, very organized. All the vans are gonna come in and go ahead, line up, park, and get set up like the other ones we just passed. And then over here on this side, we got a little bit more bigger. Schoolies, big buses, RVs as well. Let's come over here and watch these guys getting lined up. All right, guys, this is one of the latest rows to show up. So let's check out everybody getting all their gear set up. Hey, how are you doing? Big dog. Hello. All right, guys, we just stopped by this van. These guys are getting set up here. I just met Patrick and Jen. Awesome. Good to meet you guys. First question I had was, is this your first time at Peace Loving Vans?
Yes.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Yep. Not our first van show, but definitely the first time here.
Gotcha. How was the load in, arrival, all that good stuff?
Better than expected. With
Yes.
this many vans.
Very easy. They made it very easy.
Yeah.
Excellent. Where are you guys coming from? How far did you travel?
About 400 miles. Athens, Georgia.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
No, it wasn't bad at all.
Not at all.
Laid over last night in Ocala so we could get here early, so we could be up front and center because she's got a broke leg.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. I mean, you guys got a really good spot. This is the first row that we went down. We were kind of like touring everything.
Yep.
And no, really good spot.
Yes.
And yeah, what's one thing you're looking forward to at the event?
Tiki bar.
Excellent, excellent. That's a good one.
Meeting new people too.
Right.
I got you.
Yeah,
Cool.
meeting new people, which we have, and it's just it's so cool. So cool.
Met a lot of folks already. Yeah, just got here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The events haven't even started, and
No.
yeah, we got music happening here in just a little bit later tonight.
Cool vans, all kind of different. Anything you can think of. There's an ambulance.
And we could.
And it's awesome.
I can't wait to see some of the vendors and stuff. Just talk to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, but we get to see some of our YouTubers that we've followed and stuff, and meet them.
Cool, cool. Who's that over there?
Charlie Grace.
Yeah, Charlie Grace is right down there in the Eco.
Mm-hmm.
And this girl, I forgot who she is. She's a YouTuber as well.
Beth.
Cool.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them here.
Awesome.
I think
Well, I'll have to.
I think I saw the Russos earlier come in.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
No, I have to go meet them. But
Yeah.
guys, it's so nice meeting you.
All right.
You
Glad you
too.
stopped by.
You
Enjoy the event. And
All
we'll,
right.
we'll see you a little bit later.
Oh, for
All
sure.
right.
All right.
Enjoy yourselves. We're getting the stage ready for a 4 p.m. performance by the Moonstone Riders. They're a really fun, groovy 5-piece band. Also, van lifers coming up from Naples. And then tonight at 7 p.m., which is after the free s'mores, we are presenting the Blue Genies here at the main stage. They're a really, really talented David Bowie tribute band. So 2 amazing performances coming up here. In the meantime, enjoy yourself, and if you're missing a dog, we found it for you.
Come on, really?
Yeah, we're in the movie, but we're on this side. Yeah.
All right, guys, we're over here, vendor area, and we're gonna be doing a couple of interviews. We'll probably get Nana Vans tomorrow, but I'm just gonna walk around here, show you guys our food vendor. So today we do have other ones that are coming through. Today we've got Biff Jersey Kebabs of Tampa Bay. I do think it's a time for an interview, so we're gonna hop over here to Moxie Vans, see if we can meet up with Justin and do a little walk through of their company and see what they got, see what they brought to the show this year. All right, guys, Moxie Vans. Justin, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. So we're over here at Justin, Moxie Vans, and what did you bring to the show this year?
We brought a Sprinter 170 all-wheel drive 2024
Thank you.
that we are selling. It's kind of not a completely blank canvas, but we have done floors, ceiling, walls, windows, some exterior items, so it's like ready to be built on. It can be built for whatever the customer needs from this point, kind of the hard part's done, or the customer can buy it and kind of, you know, see their own dream, build their own van from that base.
Heck yeah. So give us a little quick walkthrough tour of the van. And oh, by the way, is this one for sale?
This one is.
Okay.
Yeah. This one's for sale.
Excellent.
It's got a SCA pop top, so it's got a bed above the roof there. And you can see it's got windows, finished walls, ceiling, LED lights. We've got a EcoFlow system that is on display that, you know, is just a display, but it can be used for this van as well. It's got exterior rear door, accessories, steps,
cool, yeah.
suspension.
Let's check that out.
Wheels and tires. Yeah, bike rack, box, spare tire carrier, new platforms.
Heck yeah.
And
dude, I love that CNC
yeah.
step. That's nice.
And we're in Chattanooga, Tennessee is our base. So
cool.
We build all different kinds of camper vans and vans. We also brought our employee's van. He has a nice, kind of unusual Nissan NV 4x4 build that's really neat.
Yeah, let's check that out real quick.
Yeah, I'll show you. It's really unusual van. We have some products that we fabricate in-house. And this one, of course, you can see is a full-blown camper van with kitchen galley and upper cabinets and bed platform. It's got quite a really big electrical system, and Starlink and Wi-Fi router. It's a nice ride.
Heck yeah. So yeah, we're gonna do a longer interview later, but what is something you really enjoy about coming out to Peace Loving Vans as a vendor?
Well, our favorite part about it is just the community aspect of it. Just everyone coming here to see how living van life truly is, and all the different aspects of that. And then we always learn neat tricks and stuff that people do to make travel in their vans easier and more fun. So it's really just a good connecting event. I wouldn't call it an expo at all. It's exactly what they say, a gathering, and it's actually our favorite one. So we really love coming.
Well, we're going to check out some more vans, but Justin,
yeah,
thanks so
great
much
to
for a
see
little
you, Nick.
tour, and talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
See
Thank
ya.
you.
All right, guys, excellent little interview with Justin from Moxie Vans. Next, we're going to check out these guys over here. We've got Marion and we've got Trevor from Livermore Camper Vans. Let's see if they're...
Hey, Nick.
What's going on?
How are you?
Doing good.
Awesome. So glad to see you here today.
Yeah, we're doing a little video to show people, other vendors that are here.
Yeah,
show
them in the event today.
You guys have all the merch.
Absolutely.
You have like all kinds of stuff.
We're barely into day one and we've already sold almost out of most of our items. Peace Loving Vans is always huge for our outdoor gear. The most popular item that we have back here is going to be the Nomadix towels. They're made from recycled water bottles. They're odorless, they're sand and dog hair resistant, and then they dry in under 20 minutes in the sun. So these are always a huge seller at every show that we go to. And then also we have the Rumple blankets. These are a huge seller.
I like those.
As you know, the weather right now is being a little iffy, really cold at night and morning. So contrary to being super hot during the day, everyone's been purchasing these because they didn't prepare for the cold weather. It dropped into like the 40s last night. It was freezing. It was 49 and we were so cold.
By the way, I rushed it. Tell us who you guys are and what your company is.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're Livermore Outdoors. You can see all behind me. We are currently showcasing 5 vans here at the Peace Loving Vans event. So this is our shop van right here, this big blue one. It's a Sprinter 170 all-wheel drive. We have super suspended, super big wheels and tires on there, as you can see. But we specialize in family-style camper vans. We also do mobile businesses as well. Really, we specialize in off-grid electrical systems. So we're certified through Victron, so we integrate off-grid systems into campers, vans. We help people with boats, with homes, all the above. And we have our son here with us for the event today. He loves travel. It's at 10. There's 5 that we're looking at, and there's a 6th in the campground. He had a friend come, and he was like, I really want to camp with him. So he's showcasing his van in the campers campground.
Nice.
So not like with the vendors. So total of 6 vans, but that's honestly our favorite part of our company and why we continue to do this is obviously we love building. We love the artistic flair, I guess, into the van world. It's not just cookie cutter anymore. You really can put anything in 80 square feet of a metal box, but the relationships that we've gained with our clients. So we always say, once you're our client, we build your van. After you get the van, you go travel for a month or 2, then we're just friends after that, and we're planning our next trip together, next van shows. So they all come along. We all bring all of our camping gear, set up shop together. They'll help, you know, kind of talk about some of the qualities, but they're really walking testimonials to talk about why they started van life, what inspired them, why they chose us as their builders. So everyone's welcome to step inside all the vans, take tours of them, ask any questions that they have, come around back with any of the products.
Yeah.
And then at night we also bring a huge TV out, 65-inch TV, and then we stream either TV, movies. On Saturday nights we do fight nights, UFC, and everyone will come sit around the campfire, eat food together, and it's just, that's why we love Peace Loving Vans more than anything, is because it's so community based.
Yeah, that was the question I'd like to ask all the vendors specifically, is what about Peace Loving Vans is like your favorite part?
Absolutely, and that's so easy for me to answer. This is easily our favorite event. Mainly my travels now involve going to van shows, and this one really feels like a vacation. It's more than just like an expo. Yes, we're advertising our company and, you know, of course trying to gain clientele, but more than anything, we're immersing ourselves in the van life community and seeing what we need to integrate into our work in order to continue to serve this customer base. So really we're feeding off of this community that is really the backbone of what we're able to do and keeps us going. But Peace Loving Vans, again, it's more than an expo because there's so much to do here. There's lots of different food trucks, there's lots of different workshops to take part in. So if you have built your own van, some people will host workshops where you can make things for your van. You can learn about building your own electrical system, tips and tricks for living on the road. And then my favorite personal part is the live music that they do after dark. This year they're actually having a jam band that I saw in Music Festival last year, and it is crazy to see how they've upgraded in just 3 short years. The stage here this year is absolutely insane. So super excited for the music. Food's great. It's super open. Not everyone's just like on top of each other, so it's great to roam around, see everything, but you're still, you know, it's like we're in our own little van village.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks so much for the tour.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. It's so good to see you. Awesome.
You too.
Have a great time, okay?
Awesome.
See ya.
All right, let's go check out that stage that Marion was talking about. They were doing some sound checks, getting everything ready. By the way, as we make our way into this area, this over here, this tree is a talking tree. They'll actually be doing yoga there, I think Sunday, I believe, is when it's happening. Glazed and Confused, mini donuts, those guys are awesome. Over here, the tent for anybody that's doing presentations will be over there, as well as the main stage, which is what we were talking about music-wise. So these guys are doing their thing, getting ready, and we'll probably showcase that as the next part of this video. So hope you guys enjoy, and here's the next clip. All right, guys, headed on over to the swinging stage. There's some awesome live music here. Everybody's out, lawn chairs. The weather is fantastic. Such a nice day today. guys, come with me. We're gonna check out the Leafy Lounge, where we have some s'mores, graham crackers, just hanging out, fire pit. It's a little after 5:30, and everyone's coming around here. So we're gonna see what the crowd's like, see what people are doing, and get you some footage of the Leafy Lounge.
Welcome to the Leafy Lounge. Everybody, heads up! The special s'mores man is speaking. The s'mores is now starting. So as we come up, I'm just going to give you a stick of the marshmallow. When you're done, pop it, get a napkin, and do your thing. Enjoy!
Can I just have a piece of
Like the shirt.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going in the kids. If I get the van and we get a set, you know what? I was going to say.
No.
Yeah, but nobody knows.
But when he holds it above it.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, and you want it proud.
This is just fine.
Oh, yeah, you don't think. I'm sorry.
All right, looks good. Come by the Leafy Lounge, get some graham crackers and marshmallows. You guys are good. Have a good time. Music kicks off a little bit later this afternoon, so we'll get a little clip of that so you can see what that's like at nighttime. But yeah, everybody's having a great time at Peace Loving Vans. We'll see you guys in the next clip.
She's got a kind of fast reason. Remember, they always let you down. Yeah, that's for good. She make my routine tell. Don't think about it. Somebody send me. Yeah, that's for good. Somebody send me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hold on 1 second. I gotta get a drink. So how we doing out there tonight? Well, this is the first time I've ever played an outside festival. I'm not telling you. In all these years. Yep. All three of them. All right.
All right, guys, that's it for Peace Loving Vans Day 1. Join us tomorrow as we showcase Day 2 with all the vendors, campers, and van lifers that are out here. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. We'll see you in the next one.